Good evening, everybody. Bear with me. We're going to get started in a moment. I'm a little bit late. I do apologize. But as you guys come into the room, please ping your followers into the room. Good evening, everybody. We're getting ready to get started in a moment. Go ahead and ping your followers into the room. We're getting ready to get started in just a moment. I do not own the rights to this music, but I do have permission to use it.
Don't give up on yourself. It's too late in the hour. You gotta keep moving. You gotta keep pushing. You gotta keep walking. Don't gotta keep running. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't you give up. No, this is not given to the swift or strong, but you gotta endure. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. The race is not given to the swift or strong, but you gotta endure. Don't be led by your senses, what you hear, see, or feel. The fixed determination, your dreams will reveal. And no more negative thoughts about yourself. Envision positive images. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. You gotta keep holding on. Don't give up to the swift or strong, but you gotta endure. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. The race is not given. The race is not given to the swift or strong, but you gotta endure.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for tuning into the Something to Think About broadcast. I am your host, Apostle Aaron Randall. I am also known as Ace in the business world. You are tuning in to the PHWD Challenge room. What is the PHWD Challenge? It's the extension of putting legs to your vision, and PHWD stands for Purpose, Health, and Wealth Decade Challenge. We're pursuing after our purpose, health, and wealth over the next decade, which will shift the trajectory of our entire lives. And not only for your entire lives, but for generations to come. And so thank you guys for tuning in. It is, as you all are aware, it's the same time and a date as the Put Legs to Your Vision room, which is on Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So this room is growing and expanding. So many different things are going to be happening with the PHWD Challenge. It's going to be more than just me being involved. I'm going to be having different panel speakers that's going to come on and be involved. That's going to be a part. I'm going to have also different challenges that's going to help us in our momentum and our progress of our purpose, health, and wealth progress. We're going to have people that's going to be coming on that's dealing with health and wellness. We're going to be dealing with different things on discovering what your purpose is. Your purpose is not always attached to wealth. So let's just be clear there. But understanding what your purpose, what you were meant to do and what you were designed to do, what you would do even if you was not getting paid, if you were not, that you find yourself, doing it for hours on end and time will get the best of you and you wouldn't even care that you spent 2 or 3 days up focusing on what that purpose is or operating or fulfilling that purpose. And then also what is connected to wealth, be it mental wealth or financial wealth in that regard. And so, again, we're pursuing after this over the next decade so that we can shift the trajectory of our entire life. We know that, if you do something for 30 days, it's habit forming, right? Well, if you do something over the next decade, what does that significantly do to you in your life. It literally changes your whole entire life and well-being and lifestyle. And so this is what we're doing now. Just to kind of give you a little backstory about the PHWD challenge. This is not something new for me, and it's not new for people that are on Facebook. This is something that I started actually pre-pandemic. The year that the pandemic started in 2020, I actually started as going into the new year as a challenge to get us focused on our purpose, health, and wealth. And unbeknownst to me, did not realize that that the pandemic was going to hit, challenging us literally in the places of our purpose, health, and our wealth, right? And so this was just something that God had given me to do. I had started doing this, had started doing it then, but then I started to focus more so on the wealth side of it, and which came the extension, putting legs to your vision. And so I was doing that off and on for a period of time, but then the Lord brought back to me, come back to doing the PHWD challenge. Now, it's not going to be something that I'm going to be doing consistently over a decade. So I'm just going to tell you that now. The objective of the room is to get you motivated, is to get you started if you have not ever started, is to give you the momentum and the focus to pursue those things. And then what I do is I come back sporadically with different challenges and things, or doing different focus topics, and just to kind of get you focused and some different things in your life to help you to expand those thoughts or those progresses in that regard. And so no, this will not be a consistent room over the next decade, but again, the objective of this is really to get you motivated, really to get you focused, really to get you in the right trajectory, so that you can begin to do the work. Now, we're talking about it, but you got to be about it. You got to do the work. You got to do what's necessary to bring out what this PHWD challenge is. If you don't do it, then it's not gonna benefit you. You're not gonna see the results. It's like, for an example, it's like paying money to go to the gym. You paid for gym membership. You paid for a personal trainer, and you pay for all these groceries to eat healthy. But if you still choose to eat out, if you still choose to eat unhealthily, if you choose not to go to the gym and utilize that membership, then what is it benefiting you? You got to begin to work whatever the knowledge or whatever that's being given to you to help you to in your progress, in your momentum for your purpose, health, and wealth. Why are all three of these essential? The Word of God says, and let's take the spiritual for a moment, I would that you prosper, be in good health, even as your soul prosper. So that's three different dimensions. And when you look at this challenge, it's three different dimensions: purpose, health, and wealth. You can't fulfill purpose if you're dead. Yeah. If you're disintegrating in the grave and you have no life in your body, you cannot pursue purpose. You cannot gain wealth. If you don't know what how can you fulfill purpose if you don't have any wealth established or attached to you, because it's going to require resources or money or access or connections in order to make that happen, and the list goes on. So all of these things work in kind of tandem with one another, and it's going to be for your benefit. Because if you're not healthy, and we're not talking about being skinny, let's be very, very clear. We're talking about having a healthy and a prosperous life. Again, would that you prosper, be in good health, even as your soul prosper. We have mastered soul prospering. We have mastered that to the T. We can preach and prophesy, lay hands and pray and all of that to kingdom come. But when it comes down to knowing what our purpose is to be fulfilled, and when it comes down to our health, when it comes down to wealth, we are lacking. And it's about having proper balance in your life. proper balance. And when you have proper balance, you're not easily to be knocked down. In martial arts, and I don't subscribe to it, but there's a principle that they teach about a proper stance. And, you know, having a proper stance is what prevents you from your opponent being able to take you down. So again, let's take the spiritual for a moment. If you're balanced properly in your purpose, health, and wealth, how much harder is it for the enemy to be able to take you down when you are focused in your purpose, health, and wealth? When you're focused in what it is that you're meant to be and what you're meant to accomplish in the earth in that regard, when you're financially not only stable but advanced, because sometimes we are, we just get by. We get our little Section 8, we get our little EBT, we get a little something, and we get by. But it's about having more than enough. It's about having what you need, because when you have what you need at your disposal, if somebody says, I need you to come over to South Africa and help feed the children, you should be able to have something at your disposal and they're able to move and shift and move immediately, instead of saying, you know what, I don't have it. And you want to be an answer. You want to be a resource. You want to be a solution to a problem in that regard. And so that's all connected to your purpose in that regard. So we're going to dive more into that as we go and we progress into this. Before we get started, as I always do, I do introductions in the room. And those of you that are listening, we're streaming on multiple different platforms at one time. We are on 5 different Facebook pages currently right now. We're also on Facebook Live. We're on YouTube and on Twitter, as well as here on Clubhouse. And so if you want to be a part of this conversation, feel free to post your comments in the chat. Hopefully the StreamYard will be able to post up your comments in that regard. But please share with your followers, share in all streaming platforms, so we can get more people in this room, so we can get this challenge boosting momentum in this PHWD challenge. If you want to join us on Clubhouse, there is a link in the description that you can click. That link, it will give you it'll take you directly to the Play Stores, be it Apple or Google Play Store. Download the app, create a profile, and you can come and join us over here in the conversation on Clubhouse, so that you can verbally contribute to the conversation. But if you don't want to come on and talk, you are welcome to post your comments on the screen. So let's go ahead and jump around the room on Clubhouse. Since those of you that are in the room, you're able to talk. Since the others are not, you are able to. So let me go ahead and jump over to Amisha. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the room.
Hi, Apostle Ace. How you doing?
I am holding it down.
Well, that's all you can do, right? Hold it down.
Indeed.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Amisha Deshay. I am the owner of the House of Deshay, which is a brand management and image styling company. So I help people build their brands, and I style them too for their photo shoots, for their photo shoots, book signings, whatever they need as far as building their brand and getting it to the top. I'm your girl, so I'm excited to hear about the challenge. I missed part 1 and part 2 because I've been sick, but I'm here and I'm ready to get committed to it. And so I'm just happy to see everybody, and let's get it done.
Let's get it. That's what I'm saying. Let's get it done. Thank you so much, Amisha. You know, you are always welcome in the room and the platform, always. And definitely going to be praying with you that God can completely heals your body. And that's what this whole Purpose, Health, and Wealth Decade Challenge is about. We trying to get some wholeness in our body. We want to be able to be physically made whole. And we're going to be dealing with those different things, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But I'm glad that you are in this room, and that's going to be a part of our prayer focus as well, that God brings healing to our bodies in every area and every facet in our lives. And I also have a prayer request for another young lady that we're going to pray for later on this evening before we close out, of a young lady that is also on her sick bed or what have you, that's dealing with some issues. And so we want to extend prayer for her as well. We're going to go ahead and jump over to Pastor Aaron. Thank you so much for being in the room. I don't know if it's just yourself or if it's your wife, because I see both of you, but if you're both in the room, go ahead and introduce yourselves and let us know about you. And thank you for coming on and being a part.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Aaron. I'm bringing you greetings all the way from Sydney, Australia.
Amen.
Yeah, and I'm driving whilst I'm talking, but I just want to thank God for the invite and for the opportunity. I'm a pastor of New Life Ministries International here in Sydney, Australia. Married with a daughter. Well, I have various other accolades I wouldn't want to mention here, but yeah, in brief, that is who I am, and I want to appreciate God for the vision. Now, what comes to my mind when you were speaking is that you are a visionary leader. That's what dropped in my spirit. I believe that was the Holy Ghost. And looking at the title of the clubhouse, talking about purpose, health, and wealth, and then with the decade challenge, 10 years is a decade.
Yes.
And you just help us to understand that now, if somebody does something for 30 days, it's a habit, it becomes a habit. But if you do something for a decade, that's something else. And then as you were talking, 3 John 2 just dropped in my spirit also, where the word of the Lord told us that the wish that God has for us above all other wishes is to see us enjoy divine health and divine prosperity.
Yes.
And that we are called onto the purpose of God. There's another scripture I couldn't reference it at the moment, but because I'm driving. So those 2 words just dropped in my spirit. And I want to thank God for your life and your commitment and dedication to what God has asked you to do. Just to round up, I need to say this, that Rome was not built in a day.
Indeed.
And that the journey of 1,000 miles always starts with a step. And the first step is very important. So it's about the foundation. Whatever foundation you lay determines the height or the strength of the building that you build upon it. The Lord bless you. Thank you for allowing me. And I'm done speaking.
Thank you so much, Pastor Aaron, and I look forward to connecting to you more as well. I have always wanted to come to Australia just to visit and explore. So, knowing people there and building connections there in advance will be amazing. I actually have a good friend of mine that actually did maybe like 2 or 3 years there through her school. Through a program that she was with, and she really inspired me to want to go there and visit. So thank you so much, Pastor, for coming on. I'm going to go ahead and jump on over to my brother, Brandon. Thank you so much for coming up. You always welcome, bro, for being in the room. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Apostle Aaron. My name is Brandon. I am currently a hairstylist working in New York City. I'm a freelancer. I'm an aspiring actor, singer, dancer. I love to do musical theater if it's in God's will, but I've been called by God to be a pastor. So you have to, put our desires to decide to do what God has called us to do. And so I'm in transition and from being a hairstylist, and I'm putting my desire to pursue theater on the back burner, and I'm pouring all that I have into the ministry that God has called me into. So currently I don't pastor a church, but so many people have been speaking it over me. I'm like, well, I guess I might as well just add it to my profile, because like pastor, I'm like, okay, I didn't really see that, but okay, God. So I'm just, I'm looking forward to what this conversation is going to bring. In the African American community, we have such a poverty mindset that we need to break. off of us, because it's, it's really, we have to support each other. We really have to. When we look at other racial races, they support each other, and we kind of have a tendency to have a crabs in a barrel kind of mentality, and we don't want to see anyone else shine. But, I'm hoping that, we could, come together as a people and build each other up. And, I'm looking forward to seeing some new Black millionaires and, just Black wealth in general. So, I'm looking forward to hearing, and learning what I can, and offering what I can contribute. So, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. As I say, you always welcome in that regard. And we all have a wealth of knowledge. And that's one thing I want you, for those that are listening in this room and that are new to this room, this is a safe space. It's a healthy environment that you have. I want you to feel comfortable with being able to share. If you have questions, if you have a specific business or entity or purpose that will contribute to the conversation, or just wisdom or knowledge in something, it is an open dialogue, and we're able to have conversation in that regard. And so it's not just all about listening to me talk. Those of you that are in the listening lounge, you are welcome to join and be a part of the conversation, and to join in that regard. So those of you in the listening lounge, in that regard, if you ever want to be a part and you want to come up, definitely raise your hand and I'll bring you up. Those of you that are also, real quick before I jump on over to my brother, Q, those of you that are listening on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, you are also welcome to join us here on Clubhouse if you want to be verbally a part of the conversation. But if you want to, if you do not want to create a profile, you are welcome to join the conversation by posting your comments, and I'll make sure that I read them so that I acknowledge you, that you are a part of the conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over to Apostle Q. The Q dog is in the room. my brother on the other side of the world in Vegas. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the room, and just let everybody know who you are.
Hey everybody, grace and peace. Thank you, Apostle Aaron. I have left that Q dog. Left that Q dog. I know it's funny he said that. We did a great room last night. The Lord really blessed on fraternities, sororities, Illuminati, Masons. It was really, really, really powerful. And it's just one of the things, I don't know if there's any in the room, but God just called me to kind of to evolve out of that and grow out of that and just really grow into my relationship with him. But
Indeed.
So glad to be here with my brother. I love the anointing, the oil that's on his life. He's fluent in business and industry. I will stop you and speaking that tongue and cast the devil out of you. It's an amazing amalgamation. It's really, really incredible. I'm just here. I'm new to the Clubhouse platform. I think I got on in December, and I've been blessed. I've just been increasing incredible network with some wonderful people. I am a author and a playwright by trade. My claim to fame is kind of being able to establish the first African-American play in all-black cast in Vegas, to have a residency here on the Strip, and it opened up just tremendous doors. I wrote a book called Can a Woman Raise a Man that turned into a traveling stage play. But eventually, like Brandon, I was shut down. The Lord literally took away every booking we had. I think the last booking we did was Bishop Blaze Church in California. And after that, he was like, I need you to really sit down and do some ministry. And that's what we've been doing the last several years. So now we have the article that stands for Advance and Release the Kingdom. And it's been an incredible movement, not just a ministry, but a movement. We have the record label. We have the magazine that we're putting together. We're out literally every Saturday in the community, feeding the homeless, etc., as well as the terrestrial church, and reaching all ages and just being a bridge to what God is doing. So we're excited. We have the art agency where we actually do help also with media, etc., but with celebrity contact, you need, gospel celebrities or just industry celebrities that you're in. We do all kind of consulting, from book writing to playwriting to any type of copy content, and just general consulting. Of course, ministry and deliverance is where we cut our teeth. So we're excited about what God is doing. I love this platform. I'm glad my brother pinged me, and I'm happy to be here and connect and network with all of you, because it's the net that makes it work. God bless you.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Apostle Q. Appreciate you coming on. I know you're going to add a lot to the conversation tonight, and everybody will in that regard. But thank you so much for being a part. I'm going to go ahead and jump up on over to India. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the room and tell us a little about yourself.
Hi, my name is India. This is my first time being in the room. I do appreciate you inviting me up. I'm just sitting here and just sitting here to listen and learn a couple of things. But that's about it.
Indeed, you are definitely welcome anytime. Let me just reset the room really quick. Again, this is a Something to Think About broadcast. I am your host, Apostle Aaron Randall. I am known as ACE in the business world, and you are part of the PHWD Challenge, which stands for Purpose, Health, and Wealth Decade Challenge. And what is the objective of that? Is pursuing after your purpose, health, and wealth over the next decade, which will shift the trajectory of your entire life, not just only your life, but for generations to come. And so this is a challenge that God gave me pre-pandemic, literally the going into January of 2020, right before all the announcements and everything that was going on with the pandemic and the shutdowns and all that stuff. And God had given me this as an assignment and as a focus. And so I have been doing it, but I have been doing other extensions to it, like the Put Legs to Your Vision is actually an extension to the PHWD Challenge, which is the wealth side and purpose side, but it wasn't really focused as much on the health side. And so now God is like, bring it back, reel the focus back in again, to bring balance, because when it comes down to the church, we are completely off balance. As I said earlier, we can preach, prophesy, lay hands, resurrect people from the dead. Some of us, not all of us, or what have you, in that regard. And we can, preach you under the table. But when it comes down to, knowing what your purpose is, having a healthy life, and having wealth in your life, we are off balance. And I talked about this earlier a moment ago about one of the things that they teach you in martial arts is that it's harder for you to take down, take an opponent to take you down if you have a proper stance, when you're properly balanced in your stance. And so when you're balanced in your life, and your balance in your wealth, in your health, and you know who you are in purpose, it's harder for the enemy to take you down. It's harder, not saying that he can't attempt, it'll form, but it won't prosper. But it's harder. He has to come a different way. And let's really examine it. Where is it that the enemy hits us the most at? He hits us in our purpose, health, and wealth. That's where he hits us at. What did this pandemic do? It hit us in our purpose, health, and wealth. And we were not able to be out in the beginning. We had to social distance. We had to isolate. We had to, in that regard, a lot of us was not being healthy. We were doing, not working out as often. People were dying because of the pandemic. So it was hitting us in our health. And then our wealth was being dried up because a lot of businesses closed down. A lot of people lost their jobs. People lost homes, and the list goes on, and property. So it was hitting in the health side. And so when I started talking about this, everybody was talking about what God and the devil is doing concerning COVID, but this was what I was talking about. And God again told me, bring it back again, refocus it again, because in order for you to fulfill purpose, you have to be alive. You have to have physical life in your body. I give myself as an example. I am making preparations to go overseas. I typically go overseas anywhere between 1 or 2 times a year. And this year seems to be that I'm going to be going 3 different times this year. I guess God is redeeming the time. And so when I can't speak for everybody, but the areas that I go to in certain countries, the warfare is strong. The ministry work is strong, and your body has to be not only, spiritually capable, but physically capable to handle the level of warfare and the level of endurance and the attacks and the pouring out that is required for you to do what you do. This is not no preaching engagement like you're standing before people here, you know, and they paying you and you just preach your little sermon or what have you. You're for my cases, you know, we're ministering anywhere between 2 to 3 times a day. We're doing 2 different sessions during the morning and afternoon, and doing a quote unquote crusade or evangelism at night until late hours in the night, sometimes by a little bit of light in that regard. And so, you know, when you're doing this every day for a whole month straight with maybe one day off, it is very physically taxing on the body. And so, you know, so for me, when I'm making preparation to fulfill purpose, because this is attached to my purpose, I don't get paid for this, but I love doing it. I don't get any, I come poured out and emptied out when I go, but because it's attached to my purpose, to see the lives transformed and to see people's destinies being fulfilled because God sent you into an area to do that, or what have you. And the only thing that you get is a thank you and the reports back. That is fulfilling it in itself. And I know that God is going to bless me and reward me in that regard. And so, so these are 2 different instances about why health is important. You know, in order to do this assignment, I have to be healthy. I have to be physically ready to handle the weight of glory that comes along with the level of ministry that is pulled on. They are literally pulling strongly on the gifts. And I'm just sharing this for anybody that has a heart for nations and they want to go and they have never gone. I'm telling you this because you need to be, so you can be prepared for what this level of ministry entails. And so they pull on. They are literally gonna, you know, lack of a better term, bleed you dry, because they are expecting, if you say that you're a prophet, they want to hear what God is saying. If you say you're an apostle, they want to hear the word of God. They are not, you know, they're looking for you to be an answer and a solution, and they are going to pull it out of you. And those gifts are going to be amplified times 10 when you go, because their expectation level, their faith level is at a heightened place that, you know, that is going to amplify you automatically. It's nothing that you're going to do. It's going to automatically do it by way of the Spirit and by God's appointment in that regard. And so, so the purpose side of that is what I just mentioned was, you know, it was going without expecting anything in return. I could do that and be passionate about it, because when you talk about purpose, it's not always attached to wealth. It's not always attached to a financial gain from it. You can do it even if you're not getting paid. Hours will get away from you. You would do it even if you have to sacrifice thousands of dollars to make it happen, because you know it's a part of your purpose and it's a part of life's fulfillment. It's a part of your assignment of what you're meant to do and to fulfill in the earth in that regard. So it's not always attached to a monetary gain in that regard. So, or even notoriety, but just to do it, to know that people's lives are changed, or that you're making a difference, or you bringing an answer and a solution to somebody. That's how you know it's that's one of the ways you know that's attached to purpose. And then the wealth side of it. In order for me to go over there to do what it's required, I have to have wealth. You know, I have to have some sort of financial resources in that regard to make that happen. So that's why I do have people to partner with me. So if you notice on my the header part now of my profile, it talks about giving and sowing into, because it requires a lot of money. You know, this is not something that's free and that's paid, like I said earlier, but it's something that that I do, knowing that I'm making a great sacrifice to go and be a blessing to somebody else's life, regardless of whatever I get in return of it. You know, it's just to go to be a blessing to people. And so if you're interested in being a part of that or sowing into that, just go on my a bio in that regard. And for those of you who are looking on Facebook, you see it on your screen. Cash App details are there, PayPal are there. Whatever you can sow helps to make that happen in that regard. But what I'm saying in this is, it's a shameless plug, but it's also a point that I'm making with this about purpose, health, and wealth, that you see the connections between the two. I have to be healthy in order to fulfill the assignment. In order to fulfill the assignment, I have to have wealth to get there to fulfill the the assignment. The assignment is about being an answer and solution to someone. That is not about getting monetary or financial gain, but it's about being an answer and a solution to people. And God is going to bless me because I was going to be an answer to somebody that needs it. So now you see the connection. Now, I'm not saying that your journey or what you're doing is going to be the same in that regard. However, the whole sum total of this room is identifying what your purpose is. Let's assess what your health goals and issues are, so that we can, one, not only pray into it, but establish a strategy and a focus into it. And then also, two, what is the different levels of streams of wealth, or what is going to help advance you in the wealth in your life, that again is going to shift the trajectory of your entire life. So this is the focus of what this room is about. God is always going to be in the midst and the center of this conversation, of course, always, because I am an apostle, I am a believer. So he's always in everything that I do. But if you're not a believer, I don't want you to feel discouraged in this. Eat the meat and discard the bone. You know what applies to your life. There's a lot of wisdom, tools, and nuggets in here for any and every individual. So I don't want you to feel any kind of way that if you're not a non-believer, that you cannot receive from what this room has to offer to you. So let me go kind of recap over what we talked about for the last two sessions. We talked about assessing the different categories. What is your purpose? What your health and your wealth? So what are your passions? Is one. And if you want to write these things down and begin to look at them and start writing some things down in your life to apply them to you, and we're going to start establishing a plan. We're going to start establishing a focus in that regard. So we talked about what is your passions, what is your purpose, what are the things that are your burdens, what are the things that itches you in ways that you can't scratch, and you just I hate that it's going on in that regard. Maybe God and God is giving you solutions to it. Maybe he's making you to be an answer to that thing. If it's a burden on you, then that means that you might be the person that is going to administer change in that area. So finding out what's your passions, what's your purpose, what's your burdens, what is the things that is connected to your purpose, what are those things that you can do, like I said earlier, that is not necessarily required for you to get financial or monetary gain from, but you can do it in hours and days that go by, and you're so passionate about it that you're being a solution or answer to someone, or you even invest your own money into it. What are those things? What is your purpose in that regard? Again, does not always mean that wealth is attached to it. It could very well be, but it's not always. So I'm just making that clear that it might not always be connected to wealth. So assess what those things are. So that's first under the purpose side. Under your health side, what are your health goals? What are your health conditions and diagnosis? What is it that the doctors have said? Maybe you might need to go and do a workup and find out what these things are. Because when you know what the enemy is trying to attack you in your physical body, now you know where to hit and where to tackle. You're able to build your arsenal against the thing that is opposing against you. So finding out what those things are. Okay, they say that I got cancer, or they say I got diabetes, or they say, okay, but this is what God says. This is what I'm going to do to change my life. This is where I'm going to be making moves. But when you're not moving in ignorance, you're able to assess better. You may be able to shift and change these things through a healthier diet or a healthier way of living, or pivoting one or two things. And that might be the thing that would literally change your whole entire life. And so assessing what those things are. So again, with your health, what is your health goals? Establishing what is your health conditions and diagnosis, and what are generational health issues, the things that have been passed down through generations that's connected, possibly, it's not always proven, but that could be possibly passed down through generational health conditions or health issues. So assessing what those things are. And then on the vision side, what are your visions? What are your what is it that's going to be bringing you wealth? Is it a career objective? You might have to go back to school. Are you trying to become an entrepreneur? What is it that's going to bring you wealth, and then establishing what are your goal salaries or your income, or what is your profit margins, what are you looking to make in your profit margins, and what is your salary that you're going to pay yourself if you're an entrepreneur. What is those goals, what are those things are that's connected to your wealth, and what is your objectives in that. What are some different streams of wealth or income that you can do that can bring you additional monies, that you're not just hinging upon one thing, but you can have multiples that's able to bring you in multiple streams. And then, of course, these are just some basic fundamental things that we're going to build momentum on but we want to get you started with the PHWD challenge with some things to focus on, because if you don't have goals, if you don't have objectives, you don't have nothing you're working towards. So so that's under the purpose, health, and wealth side. Now, two other things that I want you to write down that I want you to begin to assess, because this is going to help you in eliminating the excuses in your life. One is, I need you to examine your days. What we did last week was I had the what I call the class. I had everybody do was I said, I want you to literally write down everything you do throughout the day. Everything, Monday through Sunday. Write down everything that you're doing throughout the entire day. What have you? What time you wake up, what time what time before the time you get up to take your shower and get yourself ready to go to work, or what have you. How long does that take you? Do you stop on the way to work to get breakfast, or do you make breakfast before you leave? How long does it take you to do that? When you get to work, you work from this time to this time, and then you do your break at what time? And then on your break, what do you do during your break? Do you flipping through your phone? Are you on the bathroom? Are you, what are you doing during your break time? Then we'll go, then back to work, and then you have your lunch at a certain time. What do you do during your lunch hour? And so on and so forth. And then after you get off work, or what have you, how long does it take for you to get home, or what have you? Do you make stops? Do you have a consistent regimen that you do every week? Do you make stops on your way home? You go buy groceries. How long do you spend in the grocery store and all that? What am I in essence doing is, what I'm doing is getting you to look at your day every day of the week to see where in your day you can pivot and change some things to add a more healthier lifestyle, adding a workout regimen, even if it's going walking for 30 minutes, if it's doing if you don't have fitness in your home, but you might have gallons of water in your house that you can lift that, that you can, maybe you got stairs in your home and you don't have an elliptical or a stairmaster or whatever, or you can't get to the gym, walk up and down some stairs in your building, in your home, or what have you, whatever that you can do to contribute a healthier lifestyle, or what have you. Looking at what's in your refrigerator, give away some of these things to people that and be like, look, I know it's stuff that's not even open, or what have you, and throw away some things that that's unhealthy, and begin to put healthier items in your refrigerator so that you eliminate the excuse. And so we're looking at ways to assess our day so we know where we can pivot and change and implement some time for something else. I found out that I be on my phone talking for 2 or 3 hours talking about nothing progressive. I'm flipping through Instagram and Facebook, and I'm on Clubhouse in rooms that ain't talking about nothing that's benefiting my life, and I'm not applying none of this stuff to my life. Okay, I can back away off of Clubhouse a little bit and focus my time and energy into some things. I'm gonna tell you something about what I'm doing before I open this up to the room. We're gonna open this up to a dialogue. I just want to kind of set the room of what our focus has been for the last 2 days. But I decided this last 2 weeks that I am shutting down, except for what I do on Fridays on Clubhouse, because I want to focus more on some things. And there's some other things that's going on as well, but of why God is having me to do it. But I'm also focusing my agenda and my attention on things that I'm building and what I need to do. And I'm assessing my day. I'm learning how to, I've learned how to multitask. I can be on Clubhouse working on my website and also doing work for a client simultaneously at the same time. And I know how to navigate. I typically have 3 computers and dual monitors in front of me, 3 laptops and dual monitors in front of me, and my phone all day long. I'm always sitting in front of my desk, always. because I have goals and objectives in mind, and I'm trying to get to a goal, and I'm only sharing this to you is because when you eliminate the excuse, well, I don't have enough time in the day. Well, I'm going through this and I'm going through that. Or what have you? Got to find ways to pivot, to eliminate the excuse. Well, I'm not feeling good. Well, I'm this and that and whatever. But what can you do if you're sitting on your phone? You can do something else. If you're online all day, flipping through stuff and looking at Facebook all day, you can take that time and apply it to something else. So the whole objective of that is learning your time and learn, as the word of God says, let me count the days that I might apply wisdom. God, let me be strategic in my days and in my hours so I know how to capitalize on every moment, every second, every minute of the day, because we only get one life. And everything that I said 50 minutes ago when this room started is gone, and I cannot go backwards in time to go recover that. It's gone. So I got to take advantage of the time that I have, because this body is old to death and it's old to grave. And we have to realize that time is of the essence, and we have to utilize the time that we have so that it can benefit us in that regard. So looking in looking into your time. The other thing as well that you also have to take into consideration is your money. Look at where you're spending your money. Look at where what you're spending money frivolously on. Look at your accounts throughout over the last month and see where you've been spending out so much money on something. When you constantly saying you're broke, I'm broke, or I ain't got enough money, but then you might realize that you're spending out $200, $300, $400 a month on eating out, or eating things that is not healthy to your body, or doing or doing, utilizing the money, or just giving stuff away, or just spending up things on Amazon, and when you can be focusing that money towards your vision, or buying a house, or fixing your credit, or doing whatever else. So you got to assess your time, you got to assess your money. And if you don't get that under control now, when God brings you into a wealthy place, that same mindset, that same agenda will follow you when you get wealth. Give you a prime example before I shut up and let's kind of go around the room and let's just talk about it in popcorn style in that regard. But I'll give you an example of this. I was watching an interview with Shaq. And he talked about how he got his first million. And when he got his first million, he bought himself a car, and mama, daddy a car, or what have you, bought some jewelry and this and whatever. He spent about $400,000. And his accountant or whoever it was, it's either accountant, whoever that was managing his money, said to him, "Why did you spend $1 million?" And he was like, "I didn't spend $1 million. I spent like maybe about 400." He said, "No, you spent $1 million because of what the taxes that you owe on that $1 million. You don't have barely anything left over." And he was like, well, he didn't know. It was ignorance. And so, but the mentality was, it's what he knew growing up. No different than if you're struggling financially now. If you're struggling financially now as a hundredaire, as a thousandaire, that same mentality will grow with you when you get millions. Because when you get millions, you're going to spend outside of your ability to maintain, and then you're going to be still living paycheck to paycheck, if you will, or profit to profits. Whatever profit margins you get coming in, and you're living based off of that because you spent at a level that is making you have struggle. And so now you're trying to figure out, why am I always broke? Is because you frivolously spent. Did you need to buy that $2.5 million house and you only making $5 million? Did you really need to do that? Or could you work with something that is buildable? That you get, okay, I'll buy me a $400,000 house, buy cash or whatever, and know that part is taken care of, and then maybe that could become an income property later, and I just live comfortable with that for now, and allowing my other money to be invested to make more money instead of spending up everything because I want to keep up with the Joneses. I want to keep up with the Joneses. I want to look like I got money. I want to look like I got wealth. And it comes from a level of ignorance, in that regard. And so, so we got to look at this thing, because in order for us to maintain what it is that God is going to place in our lives in a wealthy place, we got to learn how to balance financially now. Let's start establishing budgets. Let's start fixing our credit. Let's start being good stewards over what it is that God is giving us, and stop just spending up and spending up and spending up, when you might find out that you got a whole extra $1,000 at your disposal, not for you to just spend off, but okay, I can invest this into my business. I didn't even realize, because I keep saying, well, I want to start this business, but I ain't got no money to invest in it. And then you realize, if I just pivot these 5 things, I got an extra $1,000. I got an extra $500, extra $200 that I can literally invest in my business, or invest in my, being healthier, or, doing something better for my life, instead of continuing in the perpetuation of this same cycle, which is insanity, doing the same thing, expecting a different result. And so this is what the reason for this room is to give you wisdom tools and nuggets to help you on the trajectory of living a more prosperous, a more healthier, and a more wealthier, and a more fulfilled life. This ain't about all about the prosperity message. Let's just be clear. That's not what this is about. This is about what the word of God says, well, that you prosper, be in good health, even as your soul prosper. And we want to be able to fulfill every aspect of our life and have balance in our life, and to do the assignment that God has for us to do. But we can't do it broke, sick, and not know who we are. We can't. So that's the sum total of it. So just to recap really quick before I go ahead and open it up to the room. The assignments was writing down what's your purpose, what's your passions, what's your burdens. Under the purpose side. Under the health side is what's your health goals, what are your health conditions, diagnosis, whether generational health issues. That's under the health side. Under the wealth side, what are your visions, what's your goal, salary, income, or profit margins, what are different streams of income that you want to be in. And also, I think I forgot to mention this, what is your career objectives? Are you trying to be, or do you want to go to school and become a doctor, or or a lawyer, or to be go to business school and to run somebody else's Fortune 500, which is well and fine. Now, everybody is meant to be in the marketplace to be an entrepreneur, but maybe you might be a good leader in running somebody else's. That's perfectly fine. Understanding what that is and being able to make moves in it. Also, the other part of the assignment was studying your day to study your whole every day for the next 7 days, and look at what you're doing throughout your day, so you can learn how to pivot your time, and how you can utilize your time better than just sitting up, watching TV, flipping through your phone, talking on the phone all day, being on Clubhouse and all this other stuff all day, when you can capitalize more on your time in that regard. And then also assessing your spending. Where are you spending money at, in areas that you can stop or minimize, that you can reinvest into something else, be it your business, your purpose, your health, or invest in it that it can reproduce you more, instead of just living paycheck to paycheck to paycheck in that regard. Let me also add this: for those of you that are getting government assistance, that are on Section 8, that are on EBT, that are getting disability and getting a supplemental income in that regard, or you're getting other forms of income coming in, but then you're also getting that. We know that people got their hustles. It is what it is, or whatever. But when you assess your spending and you assess how you can pivot and how you can shift, this process is going to shift you and show you how you can get out of living underneath the system and living life day by day, focusing on, what you're getting out of EBT. What happens when EBT is shut down and they can't, the government doesn't have the resources to be able to feed you for the next 2 or 3 months? What are you going to do then? You know, or when Section 8, or they start doing all types of things, and they find out that you're not compliant with their statutes or their standards, what are you going to do then? So you got to always have something in place to pivot, and it's good to have a strategy already in momentum. So if anything shifts at any notice, you are prepared in that regard. So these are different things and focuses that we're going to be building momentum in with this PHWD challenge. I'm going to be bringing in people that's going to come in. That's, like I said earlier, for those of you that are new coming in, I'm going to be having different panel speakers that's going to come in. That's going to be talking about health and wellness. They're going to be talking about how to get involved, how to become entrepreneurs, getting involved in the metaverse, the crypto world, the crypto, the forex trading, getting involved with God, what is it called? Goodness. It'll come to me. But anyway, so getting involved in these other spaces that's able to generate you other sources of wealth besides just building a business. There's, the stock markets, learning all of these different things so that you understand that there's other ways to wealth besides just working your job and building a business in that regard. There's multiple ways. There's a more, as my friend says, there is a more excellent way. And so, there's multiple different things to consider when it comes down to that. And so we're going to be having people that's going to come in that's going to help you with credit. That's going to help you understand how you can purchase homes and things of that sort. It's going to be a lot of different people that's going to be coming in through this space that you can learn from and glean from and be a part, be able to learn from. And there's also going to be some paid classes that you're going to have to be a part of, meaning that you're going to have to register to be involved with this PHWD challenge. You have to invest in your future. Not everything is going to come to you free. Now, if you want, even there's things that you can get free through YouTube and whatever. But when you have somebody that's an expert in an area and you able to spend a couple of $100 or a couple of $1,000, that's going to give you knowledge and wisdom of something that is going to advance your life in a way that's going to bring you thousands or millions, then it's worth the investment. So you might want to consider that. Don't come with a broke mentality. Come with an advanced, wanting to advance level of mentality. I'm going to invest in my future. I'm going to do whatever is necessary that is going to get me out of the state that I'm in, so I could be better and live better and have better. You can. But as my my covering that's in the room, Apostle Capitoria, told me years ago, you need to change your mindset. And that's where it starts. Before any of this can be effective to you, it starts in your mind. You got to start dealing with it within you, yourself. And when somebody comes bringing truth, you won't filter the truth through the lie. You won't filter the truth through your perception and think that that what it is that you're saying and doing, that is working. And in one of the books, matter of fact, I'm going to put it up on put it back up on the screen, and I'll put it back in this room. But one of the books that we're going to be doing in this room, we're going to be doing a book club with this room as well. The first book that we're going to be reading is called The Secrets of a Millionaire Mind. And why are we starting with that book first? Because again, it starts with the mind. You can't be a millionaire until you're a millionaire in your mind first. And you got to have the thoughts and the mentality of a millionaire in order for it to be manifested into the natural. It goes back to what I said earlier. If you have a broke mentality, you're going to treat millions like you do when you're broke. You're going to be living paycheck to paycheck, whether you have money or you don't, and or a lot of money or you have little money. The same mentality follows you. So, so again, that's one of the books that we're going to be starting with, that we're going to be focusing in on. If you don't want to purchase the book, you can listen to the audio book on YouTube for free. It is like a 5-hour and 11-minute read, or what have you. You can listen to it while you're working. If you are able to listen to work while you're working or whatever, you can listen to it while you're working, or you listen to it while you're traveling or what have you on your back and forth way to work. But you want to ingest that in, because there's so many knowledge and wisdom tools in that is going to break down a poor mentality, a middle class mentality, and a wealthy mentality. And you're going to see the differences, and you're going to begin to see some of yourself in the mentalities of what he's saying, and you're going to see the things that you're going to need to pivot and shift and change in your life so that you can be able to have a wealthier mindset. And so we're going to be focusing on that book. And so feel free to start in that. We're going to probably start talking about that book and the first chapter of that book, probably starting in the next 2 weeks, so that we can just start feeding our mind, not only just with this room, but feeding our mind with knowledge and wisdom that is connected to purpose, health, and wealth. And it's going to continue in the trajectory in that regard. So I know we got people that's in and out of the room, what have you, but Pastor Aaron, did you want to contribute anything to what I'm talking about here? Any thoughts? Okay, and I see Apostle is not able to come up. So, but here's the thing that I want you to. I'm sorry. Did you have anything, Pastor?
Yeah, like I said, I was driving, but let me park in the corner and yeah, thank you so much, my namesake.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is awesome. Now, everything we see around in the world today, even the phone I'm using, it came as a seed.
Yes.
What I mean there, as a thought. And the people sat back, they contemplated upon it, they analyzed it, they synthesized it, and today we can use mobile phones. And technology is advancing. The buildings around us is the same. The cars we drive is the same. And what you are doing now is the same here. And what God is doing is dropping thoughts in your heart. Now, he said, was it in Habakkuk? He said, write the vision. He said, make it plain so that those that read it may run with it.
Yes.
Not necessarily that everybody that will read it will run with it, but we pray for people in the same category as Aaron and Hur in the Bible, that we are there to support the hand of Moses, so that Israel will always be on the winning side and the upper hand of the battle. We need those type of people to read the vision, believe in the vision, and to run with the vision. And the Bible says it is for an appointed time. It said, even though it's May. Now, the word May means it is not certain. That means now, even though it may tarry, it said, but wait for it. And that process, there's a process between the word and the manifestation. And in between, there's where we need faith. We need to pray. And we also need patience, so that at the fullness of time, whatever God is doing, it will come to fruition.
Yeah.
So I just want to just chip in that to add to what you're saying, as a way of encouragement, as a way of support, as a way of inspiration, and the like. I hope it blesses someone and it ministers to someone. Thank you for allowing me, and God bless you, and I yield the mic.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Pastor. And I forgot that you're on the road, so I won't bother you as much because I want you to get safely to your destination in that regard. But I'm glad you mentioned two things. You mentioned about the seed, and then you mentioned waiting. Now, two things I want to bring out in that and what you said is we need to have the mindset of a farmer. You know, the word of God says, occupy until he comes, right? Well, occupying and waiting does not solidify, meaning twiddle your thumbs. And, you know, the word of God says a little folding of the hands, a little twiddling of the thumbs, suddenly poverty will come upon you. But when you have the mindset of a farmer, you know that there is specific processes involved when it comes down to seed. The seed has to be nurtured and be tended to. When it's but in order for it to come up out of the ground, you have to water the seed. You have to have a irrigation system set up or something that is constantly watering and nurturing that seed. You got to constantly walk the ground and make sure that some rodent of sorts is not coming to devour up your seed, or birds coming up to dig your seed up out of the ground. And you got to put up scarecrows and fencing, and as the seed comes up out of the ground, you're adding fertilizers, and you're gonna make sure that it's growing properly, and you're gonna be it's still work. It's an essence of what I'm saying. It's work from beginning to end. Is work from planting the seed, is work from seed, reaping your harvest, is work from separating your harvest between what's being left for home, what's going out into the marketplace, what's going to be sold back into the ground, what's going to be used again, used to make other product or additional streams of income. And it's constant work, and we don't realize it from that perspective. We think we just go put it in the ground and that's it, and we don't nurture what it is that we've sown. And this is a part of the process that God is going to do the increase. That's not your job. Your job is to occupy until he comes. Your job is to nurture and to water, and to to plant or to water it, to do your part and focus. And if we don't realize that, and we don't continue in the momentum of that, then we cannot get mad at God, because God can't bring increase to what we have not done the work for. What's in your hand? What do you have at your disposal that you're supposed to be working and utilizing? Get up out the heavenlies. You still live and operate in the earthly realm. Yes, you got to get answers and all of that in the heavenlies, but you still live here. You don't live in an eternal realm yet. You live in time, and you have to function and to operate here in the earth realm. So we got to know how to move and how to operate, so that God can to bring what it is that we need to have in our lives, because we have to render to Caesar what is Caesar's. Money answereth all things. It does, because that's what the world is built on. It's always built on commerce. It's always built on trade. It's built on economics. It's built on the marketplace. It's just what it is. And so we have to live and function, and we got to learn how to operate in that. So we got to know our part in that regard. But I've ranted enough. Go ahead, Brandon. You want to jump in as well?
Yes, Apostle. Wow. Yeah. First of all, you said so many things, and people were listen. You've been dropping some gems, and people. It's people pay for this kind of thing. There are seminars where people pay to get this type of advice.
I feel Pastor Prophet trying to prophesy into my life.
It's just so important to have a budget, because I remember when the first time I sat down and wrote a budget, and I looked at how much money I was spending on coffee, on snacks, on food, because I'm a freelancer, so I live in New York City, and I'm always in the city, and I'm never home to prepare my own food. But when I looked at this, I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, something's got to change here, because I'm spending way too much. That was added up to almost like all of my bills.
Yeah.
How much I was spending on food. I was like, wait a minute. So I started to say, well, hey, I'm just going to meal prep and carry it in my backpack, and people was like, oh, you carrying around food? And I'm like, yeah, and I'm saving money too.
Exactly.
So you got to do what it takes to be prepared, you know, because then we can get all the prophetic words that we want, like, oh, you know, I see money and you're going to be wealthy and probably in the wealth transfer and all this. But if you don't prepare your mind, what you gonna do when you get that money? You gonna go buy a Ferrari, you gonna go buy it, and God is not gonna give you something before you're ready to handle it either. And it's up to us to be prepared and start to shift our minds to get ready for you know, what he has. And like, for me, I don't want a lot of money fast. I would like it to be gradual so that I can learn how to, you know, be a good steward over the little that I have. And you see all these people get millions right away, and it's like it's gone because you have no idea how to handle that much money. You know, you never had that much. And that, you know, I look at some people in my family that's gotten a lot of money, and it's like you all of a sudden your daddy wore bucks, and you buying presents, you know, you coming home, oh, you get this and you get that. And it's like, but you know, what you gonna do in 3 months when the money's gone? You know, and this is why I really feel in my spirit I want to be connected with you, because I want to learn about this kind of, you know, the stock market and investments, because I want to educate myself, you know, because I've been prophesied of, you know, a business, and I have no clue. And I was thinking, like, maybe I should go to school, but I don't have time for that, because what God is doing is you know, being a pastor, like you said, it sucks the life out of you, and people are greedy. Let's just be honest. Like, right. When it comes to they don't care about you. They want to hear the word. They want to hear from God. They want you to pray. When I look at my pastor, you know, after he gets done speaking, there's like 10 people waiting in line just to, oh, can you pray for me? And he's like, look, this is my third sermon. I just want to go sit down. And, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. So, you know, even now, God has prepared me to, you know, carry the weight of that, because it's hard to pour from when you feel empty. You know, and still be selfless when you feel like, oh, I need to be poured into. Yeah. You know, but you know, something that I wanted to mention that I remembered, I wrote it down as you were speaking. You know, being a good steward over your time. You know, I did the virtual TDJ's Leadership Summit last year. Me too. It was good. Yes. It was really good. Do you remember what Steve Harvey said? Yes. He accounts for every minute of the day. And I wrote that down, and I was like, wow, every minute. You know, that is, you know, to really budget like every minute. I was like, maybe every hour, but like every minute, you know. So we have to put these things into practice now, so that we're not trying to scramble when God actually does, you know, give us the mantles that he's promised, because he's going to do it. But now, you know, but we have to make sure that we're prepared to carry the weight, and, you know, we're prepared to, that we have the knowledge. You know, it's so important to educate ourselves now. You know, develop that budget now when you just got hundreds. You know, develop that and educate yourself. And there's nothing wrong if you don't have the resources now. It's okay to educate yourself now. You know, so we could be prepared. So I'll leave it at that.
Indeed. You know, I love it. I love it. Absolutely. You know what I'm trying to do, be more conscious of, bro, is I'm trying to be more conscious of being a studier of people's journeys. That is where I'm headed. I'm doing more. I'm trying to be more conscious of that now. And it's not that I'm idolizing them. That's not the objective. The objective is you want to see what they did. Because I literally, I'm just a transparent moment, because, you know, I always keep it 100, and I always talk about myself better than I can talk about anybody else when I'm doing my rooms. I'm standing in the mirror one day talking to the Lord, and I said, you know, what did they do to get it? What did they do to get it, God? You know, they're doing so much or what have you. But then when I'm starting to see, like, listen to their interviews and looking at their people that are music artists that are unsung. And I just looked at the interview of Janet Jackson. Just finished looking at it today. I was looking at her journey and how she went through and how hard of a worker she is. Just as her an example, not trying to live in the shadow and the legacy of her older brothers and sisters, or what have you, that come before her, that she wanted to have her own identity, or what have you. She didn't want to be under the foot and the thumb of her father, and she fired him a couple of years after Michael fired, and how she went through scrutiny and guilty by association because of what was going on with her brother, and the unfortunate situation that happened with her with the Super Bowl and being exposed, and how that tried to tarnish her career and all of that. Just looking at that, and when you look at what we think that these people just miraculously got here and boom, they're billionaires like overnight, and we don't realize how much work that these people have put in, the hours, endless hours that they sat in studios and recorded or produced films, or built this business from nothing, or had to build from doing in a garage and building it to a place of where it is now. We don't see that. We just think all of a sudden they just came out in money. You know what I mean? I was also looking at the Gucci story. And I'm looking at these things from a revelational point, not idolizing them, but looking at like, what did they do? Now, unfortunately, the Gucci didn't really talk more so about the onset of how Gucci came into existence. But one of my favorite, two of my favorite movies, and one of them is actually very controversial if you really think about it. But two of my favorite business movies is The Banker and The Founder, or what have you. The Banker is based on first it started with one black man that was basically, as a kid, listening to stock tips that these rich white men that as he was shining their shoes, he was ingesting in their notes and what they were talking about, and just really soaking it in, and will sneak in and sit outside the windows while they're talking to their bankers and how they're moving and navigating money. And he was a teenage, like a young teen, learning this, and one black man chasing him down the block talking about, you listening to these white man conversations, but he was learning. Then his father was like, looking at what he was, because he was strong at math, a whiz at math. And the thing that I love so much about the movie was his dynamic between him and his wife, that his wife supported him in everything that he did. Everything. She said, my husband is a genius. That did something for me. I'm like, Lord, could you bless me, God? Could you bless me? But, just to see that dynamic, to see how he went from, trying to buy one piece of property, unfortunately, try to leverage somebody's name, but build a connection with this realtor, I'm not realtor, but developer, to bridge those connections. And he ended up partnering with this man and end up owning properties throughout most of the more white area of Los Angeles, and built his business to the point that he was able to leverage that to buy, him and a partner end up buying the bank building that he could not get lending from, and use a young white man to be the face of their business. I mean, the wisdom behind that, just to, because there was so much going on in that era in the time, because of the racism and all of that we couldn't be seen to own any of these things. Of course, unfortunately, that it didn't end it well, but it was something in their drive and their focus. Same thing about the movie The Founder, which is talking about the McDonald's story, how McDonald's came into being what it is today. Unfortunately, the concept of it was taken by the original McDonald's brothers. They started the I think it's in San Bernardino, California, if I'm not mistaken. That's where they started the first McDonald's restaurant, and they came up with the quickie system and how they produce burgers within a matter of minutes versus waiting 30 minutes for your food like you would do at a drive-in back in the day. And Roy Kroc ended up coming in, seeing this system, and saw that this was investable, that this could be franchisable, so on and so forth, and wanted to partner with him. And he was only getting 1.8% of the franchisee, nothing else. But he can end up connecting to the right person at the right time that says you need to own the land that these franchisees are on, and the contractual agreement that you have with them is that if they do not keep up with the standards of McDonald's, that they forfeit their contractual agreement, and you own the restaurant and the land because you own everything. Own everything from the ground and the air rights that's above the land, above that where that business is. The franchisees is franchise is still majority shareholder of the McDonald's brothers, but he was able to build it to being what it is today, and he's dead and gone. But he had vision. He had vision. He had the capability to build this brand, and he ended up buying it from the brothers for $2.5 million, and they split that between the two brothers. And by the time he died, he made it $1 billion corporation. And they say till this day, and I'm from Chicago, they say that McDonald's was founded in Schaumburg, Illinois, which is actually a town that I used to live in, and it was not. It was founded in California. But because he had the vision, he made it what it was today. He was able to capitalize on that in that regard. And so it wasn't about the fact that he stole somebody else's vision and bought it right underneath them. It was about the fact that he had vision to grow it and expand it to being the $1 billion or the $1 trillion corporation that it is today. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's now currently a black CEO over that company, or it was after him for years, or what have you. I know where the corporate office is in Bolingbrook in that regard. I've driven past it many times in that regard. And so, those are, because of that, I'm looking. I'm trying to read more. I'm trying to study people's lives more, because when you study their journey, it's like I said earlier, eat the meat and discard the bone. You see what can apply to your life and how you can advance your life more, or how you can have drive and focus and determination to do and to keep motivated and not give up. Because if they can do it, you can do it too. You can do it too. Not only just in your wealth, but in your health, in your purpose, you can do it too. So so when you study people, don't study from the place of idolizing them, wishing you can be them, having envious and jealousy, but being able to say, you know what, this is something that I want to connect to, or maybe you can even reach out to them or find a way to connect with them and say, you know what, I just want to intern from you. Do you have some courses or master class or something I can invest in and be a part of? Because this is something that is really being a blessing to my life, or what have you. And you really inspire me in that regard. Last thing I'm going to say about this is, because sometimes you can reach out to people that you just never know who's going to respond. The young lady, Tracy Pace, the song that I play at the beginning of this room, and I end with the beginning and the end of this room. Me and her are already friends on Facebook and Instagram. I reached out to her and I said, you know what, I found your song just a few weeks ago when I started doing this challenge, and your song was fitting from what it is that this challenge is for. I would love to have you to come on and just to speak and just to show how you got motivated with this song. And she used to be very plus size, and she's lost a lot of weight or what have you, and she's still working at it. I just want you to just come on and just share or whatever. She said, and she responded to me within a matter of a day, and she said, absolutely, this sounds amazing. Here's my contact information. I would love to be a part in that regard. You just never know. You just never know. And so sometimes reaching out to somebody that's in the direction of where you're headed, you just never know how you might gain access to some knowledge or favor just because they inspire you. And I'm going to say this last thing, and I'm going to open it back up if anybody wants to share. Do not allow envious and jealousy to be the root of what causes you to miss out on blessing and favor in your life. You know, when you look at somebody and you want to covet what they have, which is a sin, when you want to want to speak death upon somebody else's thing because you wish you had it for yourself, which is also a sin, or what have you. When you can actually say, you know what, I'm not gonna lie, ma'am, sir, I'm a little low-key jealous, but you inspire me. I would love to know if I could just connect with you and just pick your brain a little bit and learn something, what inspired you, what motivated you, how did you get started, what keeps you going, or why have you just, if I could just get 15 minutes of your time, and I think that would be the driving motivation or whatever, and be grateful for whatever time they give you. Do you know how much more of a blessing that will be towards the advancement of your life than to be jealous and envious of them and you gain nothing but bitterness and resentment for somebody that did absolutely nothing to you? Nothing. So instead of doing that and being envious and jealousy, come with a pure motive, not with a motive to just to take from them, but come with a motive to say, you know what, you got something that I need, and I just want to know if I can just connect with you, and you help me, push me, and where if you're able, what have you, or just to give me some wisdom, knowledge, or tools, or whatever to advance, because I want to do more for my life, and what you're doing inspires me. One person that inspires me that is in real estate, his name is Ryan Serhant. He is one of the top realtors in New York. I used to live in New York, or what have you. I used to live in the Bronx, East Harlem, and then I also lived in Newark, New Jersey, or what have you, before I moved here to Georgia. But I am an avid fan of watching like high-end real estate shows and things of that sort, and anything that's business related. That is just like I can look at that all day long, because that is feeding my purpose. It's feeding what I'm meant to do and be. And so I started to watch him and follow him, and he started a vlog on YouTube, and he's done like 144 vlogs and what have you. I haven't watched them all, but I've watched enough of them, and he has blessed my life, in so many different ways. And I've made attempts to reach out to him. But, when you're a person of as busy as he is, and he's just opened his own firm. He opened it before a couple of years ago, but he just expanded it within like a year to like a building 3 times bigger than what he had, because they outgrew it within like months. That is something that's inspiring. It's not that I'm trying to get into real estate, but it's his tenacity, it's his drive, and his focus to accomplish what it is that he's meant to be. And he's only been in the real estate industry maybe 10 years, and now he's on the top 10 realtors, real estate agents in New York. And it's amazing. So so I said all that to say this. Maybe you can connect and glean, instead of being envious and jealous of where they are in their life and wishing you can get there, and you want to hate on them when you can actually learn from them. So I know I said a lot. Anybody else want to jump in?
I was waiting for Pastor Aaron, but
I know he's driving.
Oh, he's driving. Okay. You definitely can learn a lot from people. I remember trying to learn things from my clients, because my clients are some of the wealthiest women in Manhattan, and I get an inside look at some of the best real estate. That's one of the best parts of my job, is the real estate that I see, the access that I have to these women. And it only takes a couple of clients, for God to, do something with that, but the point is, I remember, trying to Just listen and kind of be a fly on the wall. And sometimes I would ask them questions, and a lot of them, they're not going to want to. They're not going to want to. You're just here to do my hair, and
right.
Sometimes they're not going to want to get involved, and I get that because it's like, you're not here for that, and I'm like, okay, I get that, But the point I want to make is we can't be afraid to try, and even if you can't let the fear of getting shut down stop you from at least asking, and you can't let somebody's success intimidate you either, because you can be so dang, how could I ever come approach them and act? You have to be bold. You have to have the boldness to at least try. What's the worst they can say? No, and then so what? They said no, and then you move on. But when we look at the people, the celebrities, and even the people in politics, they have a tenacity. They have a relentless drive to whatever they are pursuing, and it takes that. It takes that relentless tenacity. It takes you got to put everything you have into what you're pursuing. It does not come easy. You can't sit back and just be watching Netflix like it's just gonna happen for me. Like, no. These people you have to put in blood, sweat, and tears. When I think about me as a performer, even being I started dancing very, very late. And I started dancing at 32, and now I'm 35 now. So I haven't been dancing that long. So a lot of times I'll go in there, and these people have been dancing, since they were babies, and I'm there like trying to, trying to learn, and and people think like, oh, he's gonna kill it, and then when I don't, they're like, oh. But I have to. The point is, I have to be willing to put myself in those situations because it's something that I know that I can do. But
right.
Some things just take time. It takes time. I didn't have that time to pursue. When I was when I was a child, or even in my 20s. But now I do, and now I believe in myself. Even when I fail, and even when I have a bad class or a bad audition, you just dust it off and keep going, because I know, it takes that. How many times, some people, like those performers, fail. They don't talk about that, but how many bad auditions did Denzel Washington had before he made it?
Right.
I'm sure you cannot be afraid to fail, because the fear of failure will stop you from even taking the first step. That's one thing that I had to learn. And and if you fail, so what? Everybody fails. Just pick yourself up. Know that you keep going, keep trying, and everybody has bad days. Everybody has bad days, but the thing is, it always gets better, and you can't let some bad days stop you, because you have to remember the good days that you've had too, in your process and your journey on whatever it is. This could apply to so many different things. Whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. But definitely, I like what you said about researching people's lives. Like that's something that I like to do even as an actor. I'm so curious to what people have gone through, and what people have, what people had to do, and had to give up, and it's or just had to suffer through, and what makes them them. But definitely doing some, and reading. I don't like to read, but I know that I have to, and I'm not the kind of person that I can force myself to do it, but I can read as much as I can read without, now I'm just scamming it, just looking at words, and my brain is not taking it in. But the point, I have to do it. And the more, I read this book, Atomic Habits.
Yeah.
and it's like you have to start little. Like if you're not a reader, start by reading a page. And then maybe 2 or 3 days later, it'll be 2 pages, and then next time it'll be a chapter, and then and just progress slowly. Don't try to overwhelm yourself and say, "Well, I'm gonna start reading and read a whole book," and then you'll be mad and you'll be frustrated with yourself, like and you'll be disappointed. So set the bar low. And let the habit develop over time, because and let it build gradually. I think that's key, because sometimes I think we can overwhelm ourselves and put too much pressure on ourselves as well. So we have to be mindful of that.
Absolutely. You mentioned that you do hair. I was in that industry for a period of time, or what have you. Grew up around it all my life. It's not something that I do now much at all, if at all. But I've been around it my whole life, or what have you, because of my mother. She was, not only was she a licensed cosmetologist, but she also ran John Amico School, and was one of the instructors for the school as well years ago in that regard. So I've been around it my whole entire life. And so through a friend, I end up getting connected to celebrity hairstylist Johnny Wright. He was the former hairstylist for our former First Lady, Michelle Obama, and he still works with like Tamron Hall and a number of other people. He's still he's been spokespersons for like Soft Sheen and Optimum hair care products in that regard. And I told him one day, we were talking on Facebook Messenger, and it's been a while since the last time I talked to him, because he's busy with doing this show with what's her face, God, what is her name? Lord Jesus, help me. Tamar Braxton with the.
Dang, I was thinking that too. I should have said it.
Yeah. With their show with people messing up over the hair and stuff like that, like a bad hair experience and all that. And so he's just.
Oh yes, I remember that show.
Yeah. But I have reached out to him recently because I wanted to interview him on my show that I do called Legacy Builder series that I do on YouTube. I haven't. I'm trying to get prepared for my season 2. It's been a year since I did the first season because I've been busy working on my own visions that I just haven't had the time to really do it. But one of the last time I spoke to him, he was traveling overseas, and I told him, I said, you know what, bro, you really inspire me because of the traveling that you do. You can travel at will, and then out of nowhere a client will call you, and you would go and do a cut and a color over at somebody, and and spend a couple of more days in the city in the area they in, and then travel somewhere else, and you bouncing around. And at this time, when I had this conversation with him, was actually when I had this conversation with him about this, him inspiring me, was the Obamas were still in office or what have you. And so I was just telling him, like, just to see you doing what you're doing. He was already a celebrity stylist when I met him, but he's a dang near household name now because of who he's done and who he's been involved with, and the people that he's made look the way they look in that regard. And so just to have those conversations with him, to know, he was like, man, I'm just doing what I do, and I do what I love. And just to have that as a reference of conversation, to hear people say that I'm only doing what I love, that this is my passion, this is what I do, or what have you, and I'm getting paid for it, it doesn't make it work at that point. It makes it, what you're passionate about, and makes it a part of your purpose in that regard. So that's why I said earlier that if you can do when you can do what your purpose is, and it's not necessarily about monetary gain, but because it's what you're passionate about and what you love to do, then you're not looking at, I got to stand on my feet for this person for 12 hours doing this sew in, or doing these braids, or, you know, doing these lock extensions, or whatever. You know, you don't look at it from a time aspect, because you'll run away with time, and you'll be standing over a client nonstop for like 2, 4, and 5, 10 and 12 and 18 hours, and won't think nothing of it, you know, and won't even take a break, you know. And so all those things to take into consideration. But I'm glad I did have that opportunity to share that with him, to say, you know what, just to see that you're able to just, you know, do and live your life to the fullest, that you could just pick up and say, you know what, I'm gonna take 2, 3, 4 weeks off and just vacation, because I've worked hard, and I'm gonna go to Italy. I'm gonna go. And I think he was maybe in Paris when I messaged him, because I saw a picture that he had posted, and I was like, man, you really are an inspiration, you know, just to be able to do that in that regard. It was just inspiring. So, you know. Yeah, and through social medias and Clubhouse and stuff like that, you just never know how you could get connected to someone. Like, I didn't even realize that Tamala Mann was following me. Tiffany Haddish is also, we're following each other, you know, and that I was in a room and I was able to inspire her with something just because she was listening in the room. You know, you just never know, you know, sometimes because with social media and the way that things are nowadays, that you have more accessibility to the people that inspire you a lot more easier than you ever could. I remember back in the day, they used to have the little books that supposedly had where the celebrities live and their phone number and all that stuff back in the day. It's like a celebrity yellow pages type thing. And you, in order for you to find where they lived at, you have to go to California and be on one of them tour buses. But nowadays you have accessibility to a little bit more accessibility to the people that inspire you. You know, that you could be able to reach out and send a message to them, and you just never know when or if they will respond just by saying something, you know, to them, and build connections. And I'm gonna say this last thing. I'm gonna open it back up, and I see Apostle is in the room. Go ahead and invite her up if she wants to come up. But when I did my when I was doing my series, I did my show called the Legacy Builder series. I've had on there the former mayor of Vineland, New Jersey. I've had an actor on there as well. Funny enough, me and him shared an Uber that before the pandemic, and we was doing ride shares, and he just so happened to be in the Uber. And God said to me, he showed me the scene that this man was in, and I was like, I know this face, and his voice was very distinctive. And we said hello, and we was both on our phones or whatever. And I said, I'm sorry, are you an actor? And he was like, yeah, how you know? And I started going into the spiel. Like, for the life of me, I remember seeing something, you in some college show, and you was either a professor or something, and they did not like you being there. They was ducking and dodging you, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. He was like, wow, you have a very vivid memory. Not exactly right, but partially right. But he said the show that you're talking about was a different world. He's like, I had a couple of recurring roles on that TV show back in the day. I was like, that's what it was. And out of having that conversation, he gave me his phone number. Come to find out, he has an acting school right here in Atlanta, or what have you. He moved here to be of a help to his mom, because his mom had taken ill. He had moved her down here, and he had built an acting school. And so when you see all of the first 3 works of Janelle Monáe, or what have you, when she was in Hidden Figures, when she was in the movie Green Light or Blue Light, or that movie that she was in, and it was another film that she was in. He was her acting coach for that. Her first acting coach ever for all the films that she won awards for. So, but I met him in an Uber, just an Uber. You know what I mean? And a year later, I had his phone number, and I asked him, I said, you know, I don't know if you remember me, but we shared an Uber, but and whatever. But I said, I'm doing a show, and I would like to know if I can interview you. It's just a web series, so on and so forth. He did not hesitate to say yes, because favor was there. You know, I've had, celebrity fashion stylists on the show. I had a bespoke menswear designer that's in Nigeria that came on, that has excellent stuff. He got a $10,000 luggage set that's made out of croc. It's black. It is serious. I was like, man, I need to get that. But I'm like, I ain't got no $10,000. But that bad boy is amazing. My God. But we followed each other on Instagram, and it's because I just asked, and the answer was yes. And so sometimes we get in our fear, and we get in and think, oh, they ain't gonna listen to me. They ain't gonna, but you just never know. Like you, Brandon, you got connections because of doing hair, and because you are in a place where they're at their most vulnerable, you're able to have conversations with them and glean and learn and get access to wisdom and knowledge just because you washing and pressing or silk pressing their hair or coloring or whatever, cutting their hair, whatever, you're able to gain knowledge or just listening in conversations. If they're closing deals over the phone or whatever, you're able to glean from that knowledge and wisdom and build some relationships with people because they're your regular clients. You know what I mean? And I say this. I remember I said I've been in the hair industry, but I'm not really in it now. I have one young man who locks I maintain, and they're a wealthy Nigerian family. They're actually in Nigeria right now, and I just started their locks for them because I was doing locks on the little side as a little side hustle. And because of that relationship, because of them seeing my ad, what have you, brought the young man to my house, started doing his hair. Then he had lock extensions. They paid like $900 for that. He ended up keeping them for like 1 month, took them down, paid me an extra $200-300 for that. Then it was like, because his hair is long enough, we're going to start him doing locks. So I was doing his locks every week, not necessary, but because he is a 16-year-old boy and don't want to tie his hair up. They don't want him walking around looking busted, going to a private school. So they pay me, and because I don't have a car right now, they pay for my Uber to come to their house. And they're in Nigeria right now. They left before New Year's, and they was gone for 2 months, and they'll be back here in February. But their compound is there, but they have a nice like double wide brownstone here in Marietta, Georgia, in a gated community or what have you. And so elevator and everything in the house. I mean, huge, brownstone. So, but they pay for my transportation back and forth or what have you, and I do his hair at their home or what have you, at their convenience every Sunday or what have you. And I don't have a problem with that. But because of that relationship, I was able to glean and build relationship with them and to understand the dynamic of their business and what they do in Nigeria. And we're building like a strong friendship in that regard. And I'm grateful for that. But that relationship didn't come if I didn't have a pivot moment. You know what I mean? And I was able to glean knowledge and wisdom from them because I had a pivot moment and I needed to get some extra money coming in because business was slowing down because of the pandemic, because people weren't doing stuff and, doing a lot. So they need a lot of marketing materials. Now they do. But then I needed to pivot. And because of that, I was able to leverage, not for the sake of trying to benefit something from them, but build relationships through that connection, and that through that world of through that hair industry in that regard. And I impart wisdom in their son and all that. And one time we was watching a service, and he was like, I want to learn what that speaking in tongues is all about. I was like, you don't want me to get me started, son. We'll have you in tongues right here in 5 seconds. Just don't do it. But but I had learned to be like, cautious on what to talk about and what not to talk about because it's their child, it ain't mine. And so I said, I don't want to share nothing that's outside of what their parents don't share, but their parents are believers. And I actually spoke prophetically into their life a couple of times in that regard, so they know who I am in ministry. But I have to be, so you got to be kind of cautious in certain environments. But if that would not have happened, if I did not just pivot for a moment, and now I'm building relationships with this wealthy couple in that regard because of that. Even if it's not forever, I know that we do have a relationship established. So you just never know how relationships can be built and what connections you can be made, how you can learn and glean from people and get impartations because sometimes we allow fear or think, oh, they ain't gonna talk to me the likes of me. I'm just, I'm a nobody. But you just never know until you open your mouth.
Amen. You just reminded me of I had a random appointment one day, and it was Usher's ex-wife.
Nice.
I didn't know who she was because I'm not really I wasn't really a big Usher fan. I was just, especially not to know his wife. I mean, I knew of him, but I didn't know, and she wasn't really in the spotlight. But anyway, so we were talking, and and her name was Grace. I remember Grace, and we were talking, and I just felt the Holy Spirit just moving, and I'm like, what is happening? Like what and he's talking about some Chinese proverb, and it's not even like God, because she has a very loose expression of God.
Mm-hmm.
And I was not really, and me as a man of God, I'm like, okay, so this goes to your point of using caution in what you say. This is a business environment now.
Right.
I'm called to evangelize to everybody, and I'm not there for that. I'm there to, do the hair and not, and that's it. So, but in this case, I just said, yeah, I what did I say? I said, I don't remember what I said, but I just kept my stance. Like, I just remember saying, yeah, because God, I remember God has, been there for me, and he really changed my life. And, and I shared some very intimate details with her, because I literally, I was like, I don't know what the Holy Spirit is trying to do here,
mm-hmm.
but I just want to, be obedient. And I remember when I told her some of the intimate details of my life, and she opened up about some things that she had gone through. I mean, she had just finished writing a book, and we even exchanged numbers. But what happened was I was leaving to go back to, this was right before Thanksgiving last year, and I was leaving to go come back home, because she needed a service done, but I was like, I'm going to be out of town. My ticket is booked already. And so I'm hoping that I didn't miss the opportunity, but if it's from God, it'll come back around. But that just goes to your point of like using your discretion when you're in certain environments, because everybody, you're not called to evangelize to everybody, especially in a business setting, because so you might end up losing an opportunity, and then not everybody is in the space to even receive that. So you just got to end up blocking an opportunity. It's different when somebody is asking, like, well, hey, what do you think? I don't know, is Jesus real? Yeah, I'm going to tell you. But I'm not here to change your mind, and I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to do my service, and offer the best advice that I can give you. And and I don't have a problem with listening to people. That's my thing too. It's like, I don't have a problem with listening to a Buddhist. I don't have a problem with listening to a Muslim. I don't have a problem, with listening to people who have different beliefs than me.
Right.
Because I believe, I want to know. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear your point of view, because I'm just curious, and and it's nothing wrong with having friends and outside of your belief. I really don't see when you're strong in Christ, when you have your body, when you have your body of believers, and when you are surrounded with other brothers and sisters in Christ, you can have a couple of friends who are not in the faith. I really believe that, and because I just believe in having a diverse amount of people, a diverse group of friends, and especially in the business world, because you could be missing out. God don't just use people in the body of Christ.
Right.
God will use anyone at any time. You know, he will use an atheist to hand you $1 million. You gonna say no? You know, it's baffled me sometimes when I see, you know, God working through people who don't even believe, who are not believers. But like I said, I felt the Holy Spirit so strong with someone who doesn't even believe. So it's just, you never know, and we have to keep ourselves open to those types of opportunities as well.
Exactly. Absolutely. You know, I'll give a good example of that. I got my hands on so much stuff, it's ridiculous. But that's gonna be changing soon. Thank you, Jesus. You know, again, you gotta have moments of pivot when when this pandemic started. So, but I was doing I have some contract work that I do as an independent contractor for this company, or what have you, that I do during the day. And I had to go into their office because they changed the whatever processes or whatever that we was doing for them. And so I was in there, you know, listening and going through the development process and all this stuff. And while we was in this room having these meetings, the Lord is talking to me about two specific people that's in this room. And I'm like, God, they don't know me that way in this environment. And it's not that I'm, you know, cautious about that, because I'm very secure in who I am. But at the same time, too, you know, you have to be wise in how you move and how you operate in that regard. So you know, you can't be coming in every environment talking about, I'm apostle so and so, I'm prophet so and so, and we're deep and religious that we don't know how to navigate in specific environments. You know, we call everybody man and woman of God, and we think everybody's saved, and that, you know, and that's not that is religious teaching. And being an entrepreneur has taught me how to be able to navigate, because I've had too many instances where people in the church have tried to manipulate me and try to take advantage of me and my kindness because of me being a believer and me being in ministry. So you got to be cautious. You got to be wise as a serpent, and humble as a dove, as the word of God says. And so I'm in this environment, and God is talking to me about these two people. One is the person that's just kind of teaching us everything that's going on with this process, and another person is also a contractor. So I'm like, God, how am I going to talk to these people? Because you're showing me stuff. And so I just started having conversations. I was like, I'm trying to find ways to pivot my language, because you know how it is when you're prophetic, and you know when you're speaking prophetically, there's certain lingo and language that you use that is clear that somebody is prophesying in your life. But I could not come in that way. So I start asking questions, and I asked the person, I said, you know, do you do this, you know, outside of this environment or what have you? And they was like, well, why do you ask? I said, well, you know, just you seem like a natural at it. You just really kind of seem like this is what you should be doing, like, as a part of your career, besides just doing this here, because you're just such a natural at it. And so then they said, well, you know, interestingly enough, I do this for my church. Still did not give me the green light, because you said church, to go into prophetic mode. So I still had to be very cautious, because there was other listening ears in this atmosphere. And I said, well, I'm not saying that you're in the wrong career, but I think you should possibly consider doing that, because, like I said, you're a natural at it. Go for it, or what have you. And she was like, yeah, something to think about, or what have you. I was like, good. Another young lady that was in there, and she was just, you know, so boisterous. So one of those, like, I won't take no for an answer, and this and whatever. And God was just like, she is going to be very successful, this, that, and third, blah, blah, blah. And I asked her a question, just like I asked the other lady. I said, Are you doing something with that? Because it just seems like, you're a very passionate and driven person. Like, what are you doing something with those things that you're mentioning? And she said, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that because I was having a conversation with God language again, but still no green light to go into prophetic mode. And so, yeah, I was just telling God the other, and every other word she was cursing still. So, but she still know God. So she says, I was just talking to God the other day. I was driving past this building that I want to buy, and I want to do this and that and whatever. And I'm like, God, are you taunting me with this and this and whatever? I said, trust me, I understand. If anybody understand, I do. I said, but I said, I'm just listening to how you talk. And I said, I'm just going to say it like this because of the mindset that you have. And I said, I'm an entrepreneur and I can spot entrepreneurs like that. I said, you're going to be very successful in the next 5 years because of the mindset that you have, that because you don't take no for an answer. You're very driven and focused and so on and so forth. Whatever you're doing, don't give up on it or what have you. I'm just saying. And so she was like, she was gobsmacked for a second. 10 minutes later, she came over to me and pulled up her phone and showed me her entire business plan, her visions, everything. I was like, what is going on? And so she was like, see, this is what I'm saying. And I'm like, and this girl is only maybe like 25, 26 or what have you, which doesn't matter. But it's just her drive and her determination is very on, And I said, you are on the right path. I said, you just need to fine tune your vision or what have you, but you're on the right path. Just keep at it. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. And she was like, thank you, because I was getting ready to give up on it. I was like, oh no, it was just something about just listening to you talk. I was like, this girl ain't no joke. She was like, yeah, well, I do have my moments. I was like, no, you're going to be very successful with it. I'm telling you, because you're going to go in rooms and atmospheres and you're going to command rooms and they're going to give you the solutions you want and the money you want. You ain't going to have to worry about none of that because you just have that. Like, if you don't have it, somebody else got it. Thank you. Bye. And that's going to make them mad. And they're going to want to, they're going to come back and say, we're going to give it to you. And so she was like, man, and I'm like, but see, I'm talking to, and I'm literally prophesying to her, but I had to be very strategic in how I move and operate. And all this is still a part of this purpose, health, and wealth, because you got to learn how to navigate in 7 mountains. You got to learn how to move and operate in the business world, or in the or just how to govern in the marketplace, or just in the world systems, period. Because if you are so heavenly bound and no earthly good, as we quote so much in the church, then you're going to miss out on doors of opportunities for people that are atheists, that are Buddhists, that do crystals, that's into all types of other things, wielding the atmosphere and all of that. You got to be very cautious, because you just never know that might be somebody that later, might not be now, it might be later, that you might be the one to minister to them, to bring them into where they need to be. I'm gonna say this last thing, and anybody else want to share? I'm gonna give a perfect example of this. When I lived in Newark, New Jersey, nobody but one person. Well, actually, I take that back. There was only a very few people that knew about me in ministry, and the only reason for that is because, again, I have to be wise as a serpent in that regard. It wasn't about me being afraid of who I am. Trust me, I am not. But you have to discern your atmospheres. You got to discern people. You got to, and sometimes people are turned off by the weight of church and knowing that you are a believer, even though they be like, well, you cool and this and whatever. But now all of a sudden they're treating you funny because they, oh, that's the man of God. We can't be doing this around them. And then, but I'm like, look, you ain't got to be, I'm not God. So I'm still a man, just like you a man. So don't, or a woman, I'm a human, just like you are. So don't just think I just live off in this God realm 24/7, like, that we can't have relatability. but she's not young, she's an older lady or what have you, but we call her, the neighborhood alcoholic, because she was always posted up on 10th and Avon in front of the bodegas all day long, wanted somebody to give her a couple of dollars so she could buy a little pint of whatever so she can get her little drink on, standing out there on a corner every day. And come to find out, by building relationship with her, she had a distaste for the church because she had been hurt by the church years ago, and our father and son was in a quartet group, and they still in church, and unfortunately her father passed on. But when her father was going through his transition or what have you, she was really having a hard time dealing with this, his illness. He had terminal cancer, and so this one particular day, he was in intensive care. He was having a real bad spell. It wasn't the final, but he was having a bad spell, and she was really just crying, what have you, and and I'm like, her nickname was Monkey, so everybody called her Monkey on the block. And so I said, Monkey, what's going on? She's like, my father's in the hospital and this and whatever. And I said, I'm sorry to hear that, or what have you. So you want me to pray with you for your father? And she was like, yes, please. And so I gave her a hug. I didn't go into the 500 realms of heaven. I didn't go into tongues. I didn't go in, and I had to reserve myself because I had to be wise. Again, wise. And I'm like, God, I can't be fully who I am because I don't want to scare her, because she had so much bad taste about church. So I had to be wise. And so I just started praying for her. And I felt, I could feel the cry out of her soul that it broke me down. She broke down in my arms. I was about to fall out with her in the street, like we in the, on the sidewalk, like, and I could feel her pain, but at the same time too, I could feel the compassion of God and all of this stuff, right? And I'm like, God, I want to just go in and just, but it wasn't the time. It wasn't the time for that. It wasn't. But that brought her so much peace. She was able to go home and sleep or whatever. I told her, I said, please go home. Don't stand out here on this corner. Go home and go see about your father and so on and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Or what have you. But the opportunity came at the appointed time for me to be able to pray with her, but to pray for her over her father, and pray for her strength. But again, I had to be wise as a serpent and not be so deep and religious. But I call so deep, you in a kiddie pool. You swimming like you think you in the deep realms of heaven, and the only thing that's wet about you is your ankles. Stop it. You know what I mean? But you got to learn how to be able to navigate in rooms and atmospheres and marketplaces and environments that you can be able to gain access and be what you need to be at the appropriate time that God wants to use you in that space. And so, this just, goes all into that in that regard. And, we just never know of, when is the appropriate time, how effective we're going to be when we are meant to be effective into somebody's life in that regard. And so all of this is just to say about like with the marketplace and how God is using us. We ain't got to go in rooms and environments and puff our chest out. I'm apostle so-and-so, I'm bishop so-and-so, I'm pastor this, and think that's going to gain you access and favor. It might close the door. But you got to be able to be wise and be able to learn how to move and navigate in the marketplace in that regard. Did anybody else want to share anything?
That is so funny because it reminds me of a story, a memory that I had but when on the subway, and God told me to take off my headphones, and I took them off, and I heard someone singing. And I looked up, and it was a young woman singing on the train, and she was singing, it was a Christian song, and I just felt so compassionate to her because you could tell she was, like dressing a little butch, and and she just had the heart to sing a Christian song, and I'm like, I just felt you know, I just felt led to just pray for her. But then me and my, you know, I don't know what I was thinking, and I think you get so spiritual,
right?
And I'm like, I'm gonna pray, and then I started it with the tongues, and I could feel her tense. And I'm on the subway. See, when them doors open, she could not get away from me fast.
Wow.
Ran for me. I was like, well, I was trying to do something nice, but you know, some lessons you just gotta learn, you know, tongues and all that is not called, and everybody don't believe in that. Like I just came to start believing in that. I grew up Seventh-day Adventist, so we're very conservative. So I used to look at people on TV and I would be, what is that? You know? Until I felt the anointing for myself. So, you know, and then I started to see the power of it, you know, but that's not where everybody is. You know, we have to use our discernment for real, because, you know, we get put in these environments and we think that, and we feel the anointing come upon us, and then we get too spiritual. We're like, oh, this is the moment, and God is, you know, I feel I'm anointed. I got the anointing, and then you go speaking in tongues, and people are like, "What are you doing?" You know what? Hey, you know. So we really, yeah, you're right. You really just have to exercise our discernment in these types of situations. It's, you know, I'm glad that woman, you know, that she got some sort of healing from that too. That's amazing. You know, and I pray that young lady did too. And you know, I'm reminded of just one story of this young man who you know, and this is before I prayed. I prayed with my a prayer partner that God would send me someone to minister to, and so I see this young man in the street, and he looks like he's on the verge of tears, and I feel that, and I go up to him. Oh, actually, you know, I see him walk by. I get up because I'm like, I want to say something, because I see him outside smoking a cigarette. But then he walks off. So I get on the subway. Mind you, he's coming down the other end, and I'm like, wow, this is definitely from God, because I could just tell he's in the, you know, in the life. And so I go up to him, and, you know, he's about to jump the turnstile, and, you know, I'm like, I can open the door for you, you know, do you need, you know, he's like, no. I'm like, okay, all right. And, you know, when I see him, and before the, you know, I could tell, like, he's literally about to burst. And so I'm like, he gets on the train, he sits down, and I stand up, and I go over to him, and I can feel the power of God. Like, I can feel the anointing come upon me. But, you know, I knew that he was, you know, that was not the moment to even pray. Because who wants to be sitting up here boo-hoo crying, ugly crying in front of total strangers on the subway? You know? Right. So I said, you know, I'll be here to listen to you if you need someone to talk to. No, I'm good. I'm like, okay. So I just sat there, and the power of God was definitely there, because he felt so convicted. He wanted me to get up. He really did. He wanted me to leave, but it probably because he's been so hurt. You know, and sometimes even our words, I just say that to say, sometimes even our words are not necessary. Sometimes just sitting there and letting God minister, letting the Holy Spirit come in and minister. Because, you know, sometimes we don't have the right words, and we can't go into our heavenly language. And so, you know, just letting the Holy Spirit, that I did what I was supposed to do, just by showing kindness. And you know, and that ministered to him, you know, and so, you know, I was beating myself up like, dang, I should have said this, or I should have said that. No, I did exactly what I was supposed to do. And so, you know, we just gotta, you know, just be willing to, you know, be vessels for the Holy Spirit, and we don't always have to, pray and be this grand. We don't have to do that. You could just show compassion, because that's what Jesus does. So
absolutely. Yeah. You know what's so funny? In that same neighborhood when I lived in Newark or what have you, there's a young man that's in the neighborhood that was a drug dealer. He still do. But that was the sum total of his life: smoking, drinking, selling drugs. That's what he did all day, all night. That's it. No life, no nothing. And so, I've kind of befriended him as a little brother, and, we still connected still to this day. And I told him, I said, look, you got too much potential in your life to just keep smoking your life away or what have you. Have you considered having getting your own place and this and whatever? Because he lives with his grandmother or what have you. Been living there ever since, his mom wasn't able to take care of him or whatever. And all of that. So he knows I'm in ministry, but he does not, we don't talk about it. He knows about me going to Africa. He knows about those trips, and all that, or what have you. But he never really acknowledged me in ministry to this day, and I'm okay with that, because that's not the dynamic of our friendship, our brother relationship. Because I'm here. I know my part in his life is to inspire him to have greater and have better for his life. He used to walk around looking dingy and all that stuff. He had locks, and his locks was looking busted. I ended up having to go through a whole 5-hour separating his locks and all this stuff and getting them under control. And ever since I did all of that, he keeps his hair maintained on a regular basis. He finally will work a job, because he felt like, well, I got a record, I got a felony, I can't get a job. And he got into killing those lies and deceptions, and he ended up getting a job. He's had probably like more jobs than I can really count in the last few years. However, he's making progressive steps from being a boy to being more of a man, and just inspiring him in that way without being so religious and being so everything is about ministry, because you got to be, there would be an appropriate time for that to come when it needs to come, and when God wants you to go into the heart of man. But there might be might need to be a breaking down of the stony heart, a chipping away of sorts. It might need to be an peeling of this onion with multiple layers before you can get to the softer, tender center of where that heart is. And you just never know. And this is all about purpose as well. So we're not away from the topic, but this is all about purpose. And so it's about knowing how to move and navigate. But then on the flip side of it, here's a flip side of it. You got somebody that knows who you are, but won't acknowledge it, but they receive from you. But let's flip this on the opposite side of being around religious folks, and they don't identify you. So I had a situation that occurred that I was looking real scruff. I ran out of some stuff to cut my hair, and I ran out some things for myself that I realized that I didn't have extra for, and I had to go to the bodega and to go get me some stuff and stop at the beauty supply store. And then so happened to be a little storefront, and the same young lady I mentioned earlier that I prayed for, the neighborhood quote unquote alcoholic, was standing there talking to one of the mothers of this small storefront church. And in between the bodega and the beauty supply store. And God said to me, something's going on with her father again, or what have you. And so I went up to her, asked her, what's going on, so on and so forth. And mind you, I'm in a do-rag, a hoodie, some jeans and some Timberlands. I'm looking just real scruff with the beard all over the place. Just need to, cut my hair and shave and all that stuff, which I was going back home to do. And so the lady was talking to Monkey, which is her nickname, like I said earlier, for those of you listening and that didn't hear that, was talking to her and said, "Why don't you come in and let us pray for you?" I said, "Yeah, Monkey, why don't you let them pray for you?" And so it was this one mother that was walking into the church. Funny enough, come to find out that this mother is directly connected to Juanita Bynum. They go to the same church. And so the mother that was walking into the church turns around to me and says, "Well, don't you need prayer too?" And I said, "Sure, mother, we can all use prayer." And she was like, well, that's not what I said. I asked you, do you need prayer too? And I said it again. Sure, mother, we can all use prayer. And so I'm looking down the way. She's like, mm-hmm. She was being a very traditional mother, like from the old Kojic church or old whatever, that church mothers that I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
And I said, and I said, mother, I said, I know the Lord, I'm saved. She was like, oh, really? Well, what church you go to? And blah, 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 blah. And at the time, I was still kind of new to Newark, New Jersey. So I was just like, well, I'm new in the area, blah, 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 but I do affiliate with this church here on the corner. She's like, well, do you know who my apostle is? I said, well, I didn't even know there was an apostle here. And so she's like, well, come on in here so I can introduce you. So go through this process. So happened to be that there was a guy there that was from Ghana that was helping them turn on the lights and the ceiling fans in the church. And he knew know of me because he knew I just came back from Kenya. And I told him that next year I had scheduled to go to Ghana and I had connections there. And he was telling me of some places that I need to visit. And he's going to try to connect me to some of his people to hope to build some relationships there as well. So as I'm walking in, I said, mother, when I introduce myself, you're going to be shocked. She's like, come on in here. I'm like, oh God. So go in, the apostle comes up. She introduced herself. I said, bless you, woman of God. At the time, I wasn't functioning as an apostle. I was functioning as a prophet and was fighting and running away from my apostolic call at that particular point. But I was functioning as a prophet, and I said, I'm prophet so-and-so, Prophet Aaron Randall. She was like, the mother gasped, like, like she was clutching her pearls and holding her handbag, like, what in the world is going on? So the apostle was like, oh, you're a prophet, huh? I was like, yes, ma'am, I am. She was like, okay, well, you're not going to leave here until you give us the word of the Lord. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, for one, I need to go home and take a shower. I'm looking scruff. I came out here to get some stuff so I can go take care of myself, not to come out here and be trying to lollygag with y'all folk. I'm trying to go home, still talking about purpose, So I'm like, okay, that's fine, because here's the thing that people don't understand about God because of all creation, and you can believe this or not, but because of everything that he's created, he speaks to, and God is never not talking. And people that say, well, I'm not saying anything, I'm not releasing anything because God ain't saying nothing, is because you're not inclining your ear to his heartbeat to hear his secrets. He is always talking, always, especially to his children. But we can put a pin in that regard. So she was like, okay, well, what is God saying? I said, okay, sure, or what have you. She's like, well, come on up to the front. And I'm like, well, I could give you the word right here. I ain't got to be so religious and be in the altar. That was just my thought. We're right here. Your service ain't started. Ain't nothing going on. I could give you the word standing right here. She's like, all right, come on up to the front. So it was her, the first mother that was talking to Monkey, the mother that lured me in the church, and then her armor bearer. And they were surrounding me. And I'm like, okay, so I'm standing in the front at the altar, and I felt like a gazelle waiting on these lions to pounce if I said anything wrong and not God. And so I said, well, the word is not corporate word. It's for you. It's not for your church. It's for you, or what have you. And so she was like, oh, for me. Okay. So she was like, her demeanor was like, you're big and bad enough to prophesy to me in my own church. Okay. So I began to, so she came in front of me, or what have you. She's like, so what is God saying? And so even though God was talking to me, I can hear in the spirit what these ladies was saying and doing. And I'm like, God, I gotta ground myself because I don't want my flesh to rave up, and I need to stay in the spirit. So I just for myself, I began to pray in tongues. And when I started to pray in tongues, you heard a gasp from all the ladies, like, like they were shocked. And then I began to give the word of the Lord. And this is not about, no puffing up and showing myself great in this regard. It's because it's not about that. That's not the focus of the story. So when I shared this, gave the word, before I knew it, I ended up in a river, and I began prophesying to every last one of these ladies, or what have you. And they end up locking me down basically in this church. She ended up preaching a quick little sermonette and all this stuff. And I'm like, God, why am I need to go home and watch my body. You got me over here laying hands and prophesying on people, and I don't feel secure or sure. You know what I mean? I need to go home and wash my tail, And so once they finally let me out, I said, God, what was that about? And the Lord said to me, he said, I use those foolish things to confound the wise. He said, because of how you dress and how you look, they cannot identify who you are in the spirit. And they looked at you as a sinner because you dress, quote unquote, like you look like a sinner. I was going to the store. I was looking scrubbed because I was trying to go get some stuff to get myself together. And I went out in no clergy collar and no robes and no cassocks and all this other foolishness, religious foolishness. That's not where I get down anyway. However, the thing about that was like they could not identify you by the way of the spirit because they only looked at your appearance and categorized you as a sinner, the way you look. So, but back to what I was talking about, being wise as a serpent and humble as a dove, when you're navigating in different rooms and atmospheres and in the business world and all of that, is that, you know, sometimes you're going to be in spaces with religious people because they misidentify you because you don't look like, act like, talk like, and smell like them. So you're going to have those moments, but then you're going to be on the other side when you're going to have to tame that thing that is already so in you that you can't come in this way that you're familiar with because it might run somebody away or they might reject it. So you got to be wise as a serpent. You got to learn how to maneuver and how to how to properly talk to people and how to conduct yourself in certain environments, because you just never know who you might reach in a way that might not be churched. You get what I mean? So we're still talking about purpose, health, and wealth, but on the purpose side, you gotta be so secured in yourself, and you know who you are, that you ain't gotta always put a badge of honor. I'm apostle so and so on your chest. I'm prophet. I'm pastor. I'm this and that and whatever, and think that that's what's going to give you so much favor and connections and doors. Again, like I said earlier, it might close the door on you. Because you're so heavenly bound, no earthly good. You so deep, you're in the kiddie pool. You know, and so you got to learn. You got to learn how to maneuver and how to navigate and how to operate in realms. Some people are so religious that they whole tone and how they talk sounds like they preaching 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
It's like, what? How do you sound regularly? Do you sound like this when you're watching the game? When you go to an event, is this how you operate? Glory to man of Doc. Everybody is Doc and Bishop and man of God. Come on. Stop it. We got to learn how to function in the earth realm too. You know, we know how to navigate to the church. Excellent. We got that down to a science. But when it comes down to the business world, when they learn how to operate in the marketplace in the 7 mountains, we have absolutely no clue. We have absolutely no clue. And so these are part of your process of understanding what your purpose is. One, you know, you got to deal within that stuff, that religious spirit that's within you that thinks that that's what's going to bring doors and connections for you all the time. It might not. It might not. So I know I unpacked a lot. I know I've said a lot. Some people might have differences of opinion, and that's fine in that regard. But at the same time, too, you know, I'm not only talking about this from individual, from my own theology in that regard, but I'm also talking about it from an experience place as well. And so, 17 years in business, I'm not 50 years in, but 17 years is enough stake in the game to know how to navigate and how to move and operate in certain environments in that regard. And you live and learn, and you learn by way of experience, especially when you ain't been taught by a lot of people that's able to sow that into your life or what have you. And then some that have sowed into your life, but a lot of it you learn by trial and error and a lot of mistakes in that regard. But I know I said a lot. Anybody want to jump in? I see Q is in the room. My brother Keandre and Terry is also in the room. I'm sorry, Trey is in the room. I always say his name wrong every time, and it'd be right here in front of my face, and I always say it wrong. I'm so sorry, bro. But anyway, y'all are welcome to join in and be a part of the conversation. We're talking about the PHWD challenge. We're just really chopping it up right now. We're not in a particular focus, but we were talking about purpose, and we're talking about being wise as serpents and being and knowing how to navigate in rooms and atmospheres and not be so deep and religious, especially for those of us that are believers that think that you got to be go in prophesying and laying hands on everything, move it in order for God to give you favor in a space. You know, that you got to learn how to conduct yourself, you know, in business, to be men and to be firm in it in that regard, and just to move and operate in that aspect. So, but you are welcome. Those of you in the listening lounge, you are definitely welcome to be a part of this conversation as well. But anybody else want to jump in? And if you don't have anything to contribute yet, you are definitely welcome to introduce yourself, especially for those of you that are newer to the room and you didn't get a chance to introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself and feel free to chime in.
Okay, hello. My name is Claudia White, and I'm from Buffalo, New York. And I came in here. Well, I was invited on the Clubhouse, and I'm getting a lot of different feels from the Clubhouse because when I first was invited about a week ago, I only been on here a few times. Now, I thought it was all about church, God, and everything like that. But then when I'm, researching and going through the Clubhouse, I see other different rooms of different talks and things of that nature. Indeed. Just a different life values and what people might want to talk about. So that was an eye opener too. And it's just like, for me, it's good to hear more of the word. I'm not saying, I used to go to church 7 days a week until I spoke to someone and they told me that's not good. Like, you can have church and still be with the word, be with the Lord without being in that building. So right. I had to learn that. And to go off of what you were talking about, that's the first thing I think that threw her off was when you said, when she asked you, do you pray? Do you need prayer? And then you kept saying, yeah, most of us need prayer. Like, a lot of us need prayer. If I'm not quoting you right, my apologies. I think maybe what she wanted to hear was, yes, I need prayer. Like, you were speaking for everyone. And that's what I used to do a lot too. Whenever I would have a conversation with somebody, I was still like, I'm a community activist. Like, I'm all over the city of Buffalo. Like, I'm a teacher as well. And I was a teacher, a Sunday school teacher, and I'm a mentor. I also was a daycare provider. So it's a lot that I was doing, but I was never doing anything specifically for me. So, like, my husband and my children, I'm not gonna lie, like, I seen them in a flash. So it was just like, okay, so now when people talking to me, it was never about, okay, yes, me. I would always say we, or I always say, oh yeah, I gotta go get this for them or that. But I would never say anything about right. Just me. So I think that's maybe where she came off with. And I'm gonna say this, with a lot of the church mothers, and I'm learning this, it's not the fact that, that's how they talk. A lot of them just honestly really just got it embedded in them because they're just so honestly holy, sanctified, and like and I used to ask myself, honestly, we all have relationships, and I used to just be like, well, I just wonder when they're at home, what does it look like? Until I became part of the church, and then they'll invite me in their house, and it was just so bland. It was just so, okay, no, this is the Bible, this is the church, this is what we're doing. Like, it was like an order. It was like they had church still at home. Yeah. So I think what you guys are doing here, to make a long story short, and a lot of people coming into these rooms, is letting us see that we can still be human. Yes. Like, we can still be, like, we still have church in us without, again, being just totally into that building, even if we're not in that building. Like, don't always bring it. Like, keep it with us, but don't, how can I put this? Because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Like, keep it with us, but let us live too. Like, breathe, basically.
Right.
So that's what I think. That's what that was. And I'm so glad that she saw a different light in you once you told her who you was. Like, that was epic. Because it was just like, okay, there go the wait. There go the wait. Because I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
Then when you said it, I was like, oh, yes. That's all I wanted to hear. Because it was just like, people would judge you off of how you look and, you know, even with how you talk. And not even give you a chance beforehand. And it's like, the more we say, don't judge a book by its cover, they still do.
Yes.
And then it's like, okay, no, I have to dress like this. I have to be like this. I have to. Until I taught myself, no, it's okay if I don't have this, or it's okay if I look like this. And it's not okay if I'm allowing that judgment to dictate my actions. So I liked her response after she knew who you was too.
Indeed. And funny enough, while you sit there, we have a relationship to this day. You know, I don't know any of the other people that was there, but me and her, and she's actually come and heard me speak and supported me in that regard. She came all the way from Long Island, New York, all the way out to Newark, New Jersey to support me on the train. And this lady is in her 70s. Or 80s, and she came to support me on the train in that regard. So, you know, so that built our connection. But she admitted to me, like, I thought you was a sinner too, because you know, we look at the form of godliness. You know, we look at the leaf, what I call it. We look at the leaf, the outer adornments. You know, that you got the look down. You know, you got your suit and your shoes, and you got your clergy on, and your cross in your pocket and all that. A lot of it is based on Catholicism anyway, but we're not going to go down that road. But you know, we look at the form of it. We listen to the antics and how we talk and how we act in an atmosphere that solidifies your sanctification, because you're mind of God, and you know.
Yeah, I get definitely what you're saying.
You get what I mean? But you can't have a regular conversation,
because now you probably taught her something too about her own self.
Yeah,
to be more mindful of that. So that's a great thing.
Yeah, because you know, you just never know that people just assume you to be something that you're not, just because of how you talk or how you dress or whatever. But then when they begin to open up, and be honest with you, these days, a lot of people, especially here on Clubhouse, when they see my transparency, when they see how real I am, that I'm not so religiously deep, I'm not, you know, I'm not a legalistic and a religious type of individual or what have you. I'm not rooted in pride and arrogance. I'm not any of that. I'm just a real keep it 100 type person. But when it comes down to the things of the spirit, you know, it's a different ball game. But I'm still 100 authentically myself. And I get so many back channels saying, Apostle, I thank you for being who you are, because of being real. You're showing me, one, that there's balance in life, but two, that you're still a man just like I'm a man, or a man just like I'm a woman, or what have you. And you know, you are working out your work, your soul salvation with fear and trembling, just like everybody else is. And you know, and we're all striving to a level of perfection, if you will, or advancement in God. And some are more further advanced than the other. But, you know, at the same time, too, we don't want to see ourselves as being so much higher than we are. And, you know, and that's really kind of important to this walk, because sometimes, you know, you'll think yourself being so big and grandiose. And I was just talking about this with somebody earlier today, and then all of a sudden the reality of who you are gets exposed, and then all of a sudden people are like, well, you're fake and you're a fraud because you've lied and portrayed yourself to be something that you're not. And that's something that we have to be very careful of. But all of this is still connected to purpose, you know, to your purpose. And, you know, we just want to be authentically ourselves. We don't need to fake. We ain't got a mask. We ain't got to put on, you know, what's the song from Dreamgirls, Fake Your Way to the Top. We ain't got to fake our way to the top. Just be you. And people will love you and embrace you exactly for who you are. But I know, I just want to just share that. And I'm glad that in that smaller measurement that was able to be a blessing to you, because I understand that dynamic of being in church 7 days a week and God. And I had an instance, and I had an instance that almost lost my home because I was so focused on God, but wasn't taking care of home. And before I knew it, we was going to be out on the street. You know what I mean? And so you got to be careful with that because you can be so caught up in that and you're not taking care of your earthly duties. Anybody else want to jump in? Or if you had anything you want to add more, that's fine. Apostle Q, Apostle Keandre, Candace, you want to introduce yourselves to the room to everybody?
Hi guys, good night. My name is Candace. I hail all the way from Trinidad, and I'm just here to listen and to be edified.
Indeed. Thank you so much for being on. You are definitely welcome anytime. Anybody else want to introduce? Prophet Keandre is usually in the room, so it's pretty often. So I'm grateful for him being in. Apostle Q is my bro. Keandre, go ahead. I see you on mic.
Sure, not a problem. But good evening to everyone. My name is Keandre, right out of Charlotte, North Carolina, and of course, blessings to everyone in the room and to you, my brother, Apostle Aaron. And I've just been here listening, and everything that you said is so true. I think a lot of times, this is what I'll add to it. I think a lot of times we just have to really not be so deep all the time. One thing that I've noticed, people, they be so deep, but yet they miss their priorities that they have to do, and everything. That's one thing that I noticed. Would you be going into a business meeting, speaking in tongues and doing all that type of stuff? No.
Exactly.
It's for some things we just have to we definitely, we definitely got to pray. We definitely got to do all that type of stuff. But we also have to remember that we have to take care of our priorities as well. That means bills. That means, if we're going to be making business deals and contracts with people, we got to really, take care of our business and do what we got to do. And we also got to realize, too, once we shift our mindset outside of the four walls and we really really know that ministry is also outside the four walls, outside the four walls as well, too. You don't got to be so deep all the time. You ain't got to be so deep to where we hold titles, but yet you can't even sit up and tell the next person next to you, hey, how you doing, or any of that type of stuff, or just have a casual conversation. For real, I see this stuff all the time. I be looking at certain people, y'all be too deep. Y'all can't even sit up here and laugh. Y'all can't even sit up here and do nothing. You have to check yourself, real talk. You have to check yourself because I'm for real. My thing is this, don't be so high up in a place of position to where you can't have people just come talk to you regular or have a regular conversation, because what the Bible says, what the Lord giveth, he take it away. So I totally agree with that. And even with this is even ministry right here, of course, with this with the whole challenge that you did, Apostle Ace, and everything. And because a lot of people, we're so religious, we're in such a religious mindset, but we're not in a priority mindset. We're in a religious mindset, but we're not in a priority mindset. Listen, we can prophesy, we can do all this other type of stuff, but yet we don't know how to manage our credit. We don't know how to, how to pay certain bills the right way. We don't know how to save the right way. This is stuff that we need to know on an everyday basis. Things about debt, things about, paying off certain things, how you can get different streams of income, things about your health. This is stuff that is important as well, too. We can't be so quick all the time to, always be trying to be so deep all the time. But yeah, we can't be able to come in and receive instruction, can't be able to hear each other out, can't be able to listen. So that's just all I wanted to add in there. Let's just continue to, of course, be in the face of God, be in God's presence, but also remember at the same time too, look, We have priorities that we got to take care of. We got things that we got to take care of. You know, you doing this and that, and you putting your money all in the wrong places. Then you wondering why you get things like evictions and why your lights is out and why you getting repos. And then you want to sit up and say, "Well, I did this, I did." No. Because God holds us accountable with everything that we do. So he holds us accountable. We just got to make sure as well too that we also have accountability partners as well. You know, people that will also be in our places and positions like, "Hey, bro, hey, sis, look, I don't think you should do this. I don't think you should do that. You know, I don't think this went the right way." So yeah, but I from what I've heard, I stand in agreement with what everything has been said. I stand in agreement with what everyone has said thus far, you know, because I tell people all the time, like, for real, you being so deep, but yet I can't even sit up and ask you a question of how your day is going. I can't even sit up and ask you what 2 + 2 is, and then you're going to try to well, you know, if you look at 2 and then the 2 and then it equals to 4 and 4 means this. No, like, come on, I've heard this. I've heard this with people where you would just ask them a simple question and they would go into this whole little 2-minute quick word. I'm like, bro, I just want to answer my question. But it just really shows you that a lot of times people are doing this from a place of attention seeking and from a place of gaining credibility from themselves. And so I tell people, listen, you know, if you got a question or anything, don't have to be so deep. Just ask what it is or say what you need to say. And, you know, that's that. You know, there's a time and a place for everything. So that's just all I wanted to add. You know, let's just continue to not be so religious, but continue to be in relationship, because relationship always is going to outweigh religion. Why? Because when you have relationship, you can hear from God yourself. You know, He can give you strategies and downloads and all the different things that you need. So that's just all I wanted to add. And of course, man, you know, keep on going with the PHWD challenge. And this has been great. And I'll release my mic.
Good stuff. He is definitely my adopted brother in the clubhouse world, and I know you get tired of hearing it, but I'm gonna add extra to it. They call him the Barry White, but I say he sounds like Barry White, but he sings like Will Downing. And there's a grace in anointing. And he is too young to understand any of them, but he know them well.
You know, I got old soul when it comes down to music.
Indeed. But amazing young man, and God is doing some amazing things in his life, and he's always been a supporter when he's able to, if he's not in somebody else's streets ministering. But I'm definitely grateful for him, and he's absolutely right. You know, we just have to learn how to have balance. Balance does not solidify you encompassing a sin nature life. Balancing is knowing how to navigate and to function and operate in the world, and to, you know, be able to have fun and enjoy life and not think that everything is a sin. You know, I grew up in the type of church that we couldn't go to the movies and everything was the devil. And, you know, if you ever seen the movie Waterboy, you know, and his mama say everything is the devil. It's just like, really? Like, you know, but yes, you do have to be careful. Yes, there's certain things that can be contributing to activating sin nature in your eye gaze, your ear gaze, and all that. I understand that, but at the same time too, you know, you have to be able to explore and enjoy life or what have you. I don't want tats all over my body. I want my passport tatted. That's what I want. I want to be able to travel and see the world, and not just only travel and see the world through ministry. I want to go and experience life and travel and do foods and all that, you know, see the different foods and the cultures and all of that. And, you know, in that regard, I'm trying to go to Italy. I'm trying to, you know, you know, there's so much more to life than just being in the four walls of the church. I would you to have life and that more abundantly. You know, the church, and I don't want to kind of get stuck here because we can, but the church to doctrinize religion have taken people from out of one context of bondage into another, and it's like, you know, we're free and free indeed. Why are we still bound? You know, again, it does not give you a free pass to just commit sin. Should we continue and say because grace abound? No, God forbid. However, you know, you're able to still enjoy life because the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. That don't mean that he gave us all of this earth just to sit in our prayer chambers for 24 hours a day. You know, that's why we can't function in business. That's why our health is not where it is because we function in so much error and so much error and lies and deception is because you refuse to read a book outside of the Bible. It's like, well, you know, there's some deception in there. You know, not everybody is a believer, and you can't just be No, you eat the meat and discard the bone. You know, and sometimes you can't even eat the meat and discard the bone. But what you can do is you can learn the recipe and learn to tailor it to your appetite and your taste buds. Right? So if you watching somebody cooking meat and you are vegan, you're not going to go eat the meat. You're going to see what they put in it that is still vegan based and that you can add it to some plant-based meat product, a meat type product, and make it have the same flavor as what they put in that meat. Don't mean that you got to eat it the same way. So sometimes you can learn the recipe and tailor it to yourself that is going to benefit you. You don't always have to eat the meat and discard the bone, but you can still learn from the experience or what have you. I am, like I said earlier, for those of you who are just coming in, I am starting to learn how to be to watch people and to study people and to look at their histories and their journeys and what they've done, because what that in essence does is it teaches you how they got it, how their process, their journey. I was talking about this earlier, how I was watched the Janet Jackson little documentary. I was looking at I looked at the Tammy Faye story recently. I looked at Gucci or what have you, the Gucci story, which, wasn't what I was expected to see in it, but I did, get some understanding from that or what have you, things that, I've been listening to interviews with like Shaq and Oprah and Tyler Perry, and just listening to their journeys and their stories of their process of how they got here. And I said this earlier in the room. I asked the Lord, God, what is it they're doing that I'm not? What is it they're doing that we are not doing as the people of God? What is it? And it's their work ethic. A lot of them have put in a lot of work to get to where they are. And especially those that are believer, they didn't get so stuck into the heavenlies. They know how to move and navigate in the world and not just be so religious and spiritual in that regard. So, so there's something to learn, and there's a lot to learn from individuals in that regard. We got to be wise as serpents. The word of God says that, but we also, we're able to look at their lives and say, you know what, I see what I can learn from that, and I can apply this part of it, but the rest of that, you can keep that. And so, just don't be so deep and be so religious that you will miss out on a learning moment or a life lesson or a business lesson by being connected to people that are not believers, if that makes sense. Anybody else want to jump in?
That was perfectly said. Like, that was perfectly said. And I love the water boy metaphor, because if you think back in that movie, he was all stressed out every time she kept saying the devil.
Yeah.
And that's how we get these kids. We get them so stressed out because we assume, I'm saying we, as the elders, assume that everything they're doing is bad. Yes, the world has went a different way. Like daytime TV, you can't even watch no more or listen to the radio now without, all this extra content that kids shouldn't hear.
Right.
But we can still, kind of maneuver it to where we need them not to hear what they shouldn't hear, and still make it, if they don't make so much of a big idea about it, because sometimes they probably not even paying attention to what they're saying. Might be just listening to the beat, or while they're watching TV, they might not just be paying attention to that no more. And I'm learning that with dealing with a lot of different type of kids because I work in special ed. So I'm saying that bringing it on a kid level because then when I get in school, a few of my students told me, "Oh, Miss White, why are you going so churchy?" And I don't realize it. And I'm like, "Oh, why you say that? So tell me why you said that." And then they'll explain to me, and I'm like, "You don't even realize, you're doing it because it's already embedded in you." Right. So I love how you said, take yourself out that content. Don't just travel just because it's ministry. Travel just because you want to go have fun or see the world or go, to a different place to get a different idea, a different lesson. Because even if you go there, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be there. Maybe God got something else for you there for you to see and that you don't know. So I like that. And I've been a vegan for 10 years. So I like the vegan, that vegan metaphor too. Yeah. That was good. Because I always watch what they do with the regular foods. Like, I got to try that.
Exactly. I know a vegan chef, so that's what she does. But you know how I learned this? To be honest with you, is because I was exposed to greater things. I used to be all I knew when I once I got to a specific age and we was going to a specific church in a city that we were in. 75% of the students was members of somebody church within the city that we lived in. So everything was church. You know what I mean? Even at school, it was still church. When we left school, we went to choir rehearsal. We had YPWW. We had, our midweek Bible study. We got, all this stuff. And there's two services on Sunday. And then we're going to maybe eat after church and we're going to come back. And everything was so churched that I did not experience life much until I was an adult. And then once I realized, like, y'all over dramatizing so much stuff, like, I'm not getting ready to go and commit no sin because I went to the movies, and so.
Right, yes.
Said I missed out on life. And so one of the things I did a few years ago, or what have you, for my birthday, I treated myself by myself to an all-inclusive resort in Mexico for 5 or 7 days, and I went by myself. I didn't intend to go with nobody else. I wanted to go by myself because I wanted to experience treating myself for my birthday. That was a gift to myself, and nobody had to give me nothing. I was going by myself, or what have you. Now,
I like that.
Yeah, I did that, and I met so many different people that was there. I had an amazing time. I'm not gonna say that it was all godly. I'm not gonna lie, because they knew it was my birthday. Everybody was trying to put a little drink in my hand because it's all inclusive resort, what have you. And that's not my vice. I'm not a drinker. That's just not my thing. Even if I did have something socially, I would probably sip it once or twice, and they'll be sitting in my hand the whole entire time. That's just not my vice, not my issue in that regard, or what have you. But I had so much fun experiencing life outside of work and ministry, not for the sake of appeasing sin nature, because that wasn't even the focus of the agenda. It was just going to experience new cultures, new people, different walks of life. And, they had so many different events that was going on at the hotel. Then I went zip lining, which, I don't have fear of heights per se. The only time when I have fear of heights is when I don't feel like I'm secured and I can fall out. That's the only way I have some sort of fear. And I live in Georgia. So if anybody's seen the trees in Georgia, they are like 20 stories tall. Well, double the height of that and then go another 10 stories on top of that. That's how high up in the air I was for this zip line. And I'm like, no, I'm not, And they treated me, because I went by myself and they knew that I was going by myself. They treated me like royalty. They gave me VIP treatment. They had my own private tour guide, because they really only do groups of 10 or more. But they gave me my own private tour guide. They had one person following me around, like paparazzi, taking pictures of everything that I did, or what have you, and all of that. So when I got all the way up to the top, I was like, God. And I walked up a lot of stairs to go up there. I was like, God. And the Lord said to me, he said, you got all the way up here to turn back and go back home now? And I was like, God said this to me. And I said, you know what, you're right. And I was doing, the first thing I did was a zip line roller coaster when they put you in a harness and you sit and you're dangling, but you're holding on to like a rail, bars, like handlebars in the air, but you're still strapped in well, and you're literally swinging back and forth and doing dips. It was no spin or like flips, but you were just doing a lot of dips and then swaying back and forth. In my mind, I said, you know, the reason why we are governed by fear is because we're fear of dying. And in that moment, I said, I am literally 60 stories off the ground. If this is my time, I can't fight it. So why, if I'm just going to go ahead and do it, you know? And so if it's my time, it's my time. I can't fight that, you know? So I said, I'm going to go ahead and not allow fear to govern my life. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. And so I sat down and I was like, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, hold on, wait. And then it was like, okay, you ready? I was like, okay, go, wait. And then before I could say the last wait, he pushed me out. And if anybody's seen the movie Fifth Element, I was screaming like Chris Tucker did when they was shooting, up the theater. I was literally screaming like Chris Tucker, high pitched and everything. And so I'm dipping and swinging and whatever. And before I know it, I started laughing at myself. I said, you need to get a life, like for real. Like you have lost your rabbit mind.
The best thing about that whole situation, that whole time was you were by yourself, but you weren't. Because you had so many more people there that you never even knew was going to make you do things, be you, and be just aware of life.
Exactly.
Seriously.
Exactly. Because they was like, come on, do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Else, they probably would have been like you know how some people come with you places and they would have probably been somebody complaining or doing, like taking you out your context. No, that's not what you were there for.
Exactly. So it was people that know this stuff. They was going out first in front of me, so they know. It was 2 tour guides and a third person that was a paparazzi. So they, you know, it was one person that goes first to make sure. Yeah, and so the first person goes out to make sure that everything is safe. Then you go, and then the person behind you goes just in case if you get stuck out, because you have to have on the regular zip lines you have a glove on and you have to hold the line so you slow yourself down at a certain distance before you get to the end of the zip line, or either you're gonna come in hot, or if you do it too fast too soon, you'll get stuck out on the middle of the line, and somebody will be behind you to catch you and to push you in, so you can kind of keep your momentum going in that regard. So, you know, after I did the first one, the roller coaster, I had to do 12 more zip lines to go down to the ground. So it was like, after I did the first one, I was cool. But then I realized, like, that fear, that spirit of fear is strong. It will literally paralyze you from doing any and everything, that spirit of fear. And so I'm like, oh my God, like, but I did the zipline roller coaster. They had me do a bungee swing. Now that was ridiculous. I would never do that one again. Never again. They took me snorkeling. They took me. They gave me $250 worth of extras because it was my birthday for free. For free. I was only supposed to go to the zip lining, and that's it. But they was like, no, it's your birthday. We're gonna do something special for you. I was only supposed to be out maybe an hour, 2. They had me out for 6 hours, going from one thing to another place. You know, I was swimming in a sinkhole spring or what have you. You got the little guppies and the fish nibbling on your feet. You know, because you got any type of calluses, dead skin, or anything on your feet, they coming for it, because that's just, you know, what they do. And I was talking to the guys that was there and learning their history and learning I was learning so much about Mexico and the difference between the people that are in the lower part of Mexico versus the people that are in the northern part. They're different from night and day. Their cultures are different because the people that are in the southern parts are more, they have more like a Caribbean culture versus the ones that we're more familiar with, than like the sombreros and what we see here.
Oh, right, yeah.
Their cultures are vastly different. Say that again.
So no, I definitely know what you're talking about now, because it's like, like simple as going to one state and then you got like all the little cities in between.
Exactly. because it's so vastly different. But if I, people was like, and this is around the time when I went. This is around the time when the people were coming up missing in Dominican Republic. And they was like, and it was all over the news that people that were traveling and they were poisoned their alcoholic beverages and they'll be dead in their rooms and all that stuff. And so people was trying to put their fear on me to do something different that I had never done before. And they was like, you sure it's okay? I was like, look, I'm not hearing nothing nobody else say. I've already paid my money. I am going and I'm going to enjoy myself. Oh, what have you. So did just that, and I had a ball. And I know this is funny, but the Lord said to me, He said, "Don't lose your mind while you're here, but when you get back, be ready to work." Because the Lord knew, like, I know you're gonna end up, you might have a little sip, a little drink or something. You might, engage with, have, building conversations with people and just, networking and all that other kind of stuff. And you're not focused on ministry. I want you to have a good time because I have been so driven and focused about ministry and work that I had not taken no time for myself. And I'm getting ready to do that again because I've been working literally 7 days a week, every day for the last year and a half with no days off, no 4-day off, maybe a few hours, but literally a few days off. And I had no...
And you just motivated us to even take a step out. So
yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. You don't have to engage in sinful activity in order to experience life. You don't, and so all of this, so when you are pursuing after your purpose, health, and wealth in that regard, you gonna get all this money just to sit in your house and do nothing. Like what? No, no. And no, we're not trying to live as the world or what have you, but they have access to the things that should be ours. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. And all that dwell with it all belongs to Him. All of it does. All of it. And so when we have that realization that everything that belongs to God, and even though people that are getting it, getting accessibility to the houses that that should be ours and the land and all this other kind of stuff, doesn't mean that we can't access it and we're just allowing the enemy to have it freely. No, I want to, own a yacht. I want to own a private jet. I want to be able to have millions at my disposal and not have to live a life of a crackhead or to be to compromise who I am in God. Or any of that in order to be it and to be great or to be purpose-filled. I don't have to be. Because God is always going to be the forefront and the center of everything that I do. However, doesn't mean that I'm so deeply religious that I cannot have life. You get what I mean? And so again, this is the objective of this is not to glorify sin. It's to say that there is a life outside of the four walls of church. It is.
Thank you. Yes, I definitely get it. I appreciate that.
Indeed. No. Don't be coming back later and saying, Apostle, I need you to pray for me because I slipped up. Keep your sanctification.
But that's true though. We got to take a step. We got to take it. We got to not be scared and afraid. Because like you said, you go on your whole life and you miss out. And that's not what He wants you to do. Because if we missing out, we can't share what He wants us to share with others. So
indeed.
Absolutely. Sometimes we got to put ourselves in that situation to be able to give Him the word without giving Him a word. If you get what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And it might not even be that you're going for a ministry reason. You might meet somebody that might be a connection to the connection to the connection that you need. You just never know. Everything God has purpose in mind. Just because Jesus ain't always in the conversation doesn't mean that it's not connected to your future or your purpose or His assignment for your life. We got to understand that. Anybody else want to jump in? All right, so this is what, let me do a quick recap. So for those of you that are new in the room, you are in the Something to Think About room or the broadcast of we're talking about the PHWD challenge. What that stands for is purpose, Health and Wealth Decade Challenge. We're pursuing after our purpose, health, and wealth over the next decade, which will shift the trajectory of our entire life, not just our life, but for generations to come. And so in order for you to fulfill purpose, you have to have health. You got to be alive. You have to function. You have to move, and you have to operate. And in order for you to do to have a healthy life and to fulfill purpose, you do have to have wealth of resources and finances in that regard. So all of them work in tandem. I would that you prosper, being good health, even as your soul prosper. And we want God wants us to have a healthy and a prosperous life in that regard, because we are meant to be an answer and a solution for many across the earth. And so for those of you that are new coming in, I just want to kind of give you some of the things that I gave as some assignments that we are working on in this room, because, you know, it's a challenge. So it's not meant just for you to listen. I want you to be able to apply these things to your life. So the first part of the challenge that we did on day 1 and 2, and today is day 3, what have you, and you can write some of these things down or go back and listen to the replay. And if you can't hear the replay here, it is available on YouTube. So you can go in the description of my on my details, and you will see the YouTube channel there, and you can watch the replay there. But first is purpose. So what is your passions? What is your purpose that you are aware of? And what are the things that are burdens in your spirit? Because those things that are burdens might be the very thing that is a part of your assignment. If God has given you solutions to them, in that regard, you might be the solution to the problem. I give a quick example before I move on. I was used to ride a shuttle bus to my office here in Buckhead or what have you, and the shuttle bus from the train will take you to the office. And the guy that drives the shuttle bus, he is very knowledgeable on Georgia, and he should be, you know, it sounds like an activist and all that. And I asked him, I said, "Are you doing anything to change the community?" And he said, "Well, no." He's like, I said, "So you're just on the bus, standing on your soapbox, preaching to anybody that hear you, and hope that they will take what you're saying and maybe they'll run with it?" And he said, "Well, kinda." I said, "No, God has given this to you. This is what you should do, and you should go after it." So I haven't seen him in years, but hopefully he did hear that. So you know, that burden might be what you're meant to be an answer or solution to. So what is your passions? What is your purpose? What is your burdens? Connected to your purpose. The other part about the other thing that we're working on is connected to your health. What are your health and fitness goals? What are your health conditions and diagnoses? What is those that you are aware of, so we can assess those things, so we can be in prayer about them, and also finding solutions to bringing healing and deliverance to them. Then also, what are generational health issues, so that we can be able to make sure that those are not things that are going to attack your life, and how you can get those under control in advance if they're not plaguing your life in that regard. And then on the wealth side, what are your visions? What is your goal salary, income, or profit margins? What are you looking to get through your current career, or your future career, or your business goals in that regard? What are you looking to make in that regard? What are different streams of income that you're trying to build and create in that regard, maybe connected to your daytime work, if you do have work, or you just want to become an entrepreneur and you want to build multiple businesses, there's multiple streams. What are those things? These are just some basic general things that we are talking about first to get your momentum going, connected to your purpose, health, and wealth. And so again, we'll just recap those real quick. What is your passions? What is your purpose? What is your burdens under the purpose side? Under the health side, what is your health goals? What is your current health conditions and diagnoses? And then what is generational health issues that you have had or heard through your bloodline that we need to be, that we need to be praying against, or that you need to be praying against, so that you have a focus in that. And then on your vision side, on the wealth side, what is your visions? What is your goal salary, income, profit margins for your business? And what is the types of streams of income that you want to build or establish in that regard, or your, basically, and we're going to start establishing goals and focuses towards these different areas. The last two things that we also had the room focusing on is studying out your time. how much time, the time that you have throughout the day. Look at your total day for a whole week and what you do. And a lot of us have a repetitive schedule, and begin to write down what you do throughout the day, all day, and through the night, and what time you go to bed, what time you wake up in the morning, to what, what time you wake up, how long it takes for you to shower, do you make breakfast before you go to work, or what have you, how long it takes you to get to work in your office, and the list goes on. And you assessing out your whole entire day for the 7 days a week for your first week. And what you are in essence doing is you're writing it down, because you have the ability to go back over your schedule and to see, okay, I'm spending a lot of time doing this, and this is taking me off focus of what I need to be doing this. And maybe, if I stop spending so much time doing, being on Clubhouse, being on Facebook, or being on, flipping through my phone or looking at Instagram and this and whatever, I'm on here for like 2 hours wasted, or what have you. I can maybe do an hour workout, or maybe I could, put another hour into writing my book, or building my vision, or, looking into school, or going, whatever, and you're able to assess your time, and you realize how much time you wasted throughout the day on a consistent basis, and where you can reapply that time to something else. Then the other thing that we're looking at, the last thing that we're looking at, is your money. Look at assessing over the last 30 days of your spending. We're not getting to budget phase yet, but what we're looking at is where is your money going? Some of us are always crying about we're broke. I ain't got no money. I'm broke. But then when you begin to look at where your spending is going, then you might realize, I've been spending $200-300 a month on eating out. Or because I don't want to cook, I do DoorDash. I'm spending $500-600 on DoorDash a month because I don't feel like cooking. Or I'm gaining this much weight because I've been eating this, and this, and maybe I need to tailor this and eat something healthy, or what have you. Or I'm on Amazon and I'm buying a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff, or I'm buying too much of the same thing, and all that. And you begin to assess your money, because the important part of assessing your money, and I said this to the room earlier for those that were in here, I was saying, if you don't assess your money and your spending now, when you're a thousandaire or a hundredaire, when you become a millionaire, that same mentality is going to travel with you when you get wealth. You're going to be a person that ends up still living paycheck to paycheck, or profits that come in to profits, or whatever that's coming into your bank account, and you overspend outside of your measure to be able to maintain or obtain, and you find yourself living in the same struggle life that you did when you were 100 and 1,000 there. You get what I mean? So if you're spending, you only getting, $4,000 a month, and all your monthly expenses cover almost 4,000, and you're spending up, you don't have anything saved, you haven't invested in anything, you haven't invested into no business and whatever, then something is wrong. And you need to look into that to see, what are the unnecessary things I need to cut out of my life that I don't need to apply. And then you might realize you got an extra $500, $200, $1,000 that is coming in on a monthly basis that you can either reinvest or sow it into your business, or whatever that can be done that's not frivolous spending. And so getting that under control now is showing that you're able to be a good steward over what it is that God has put in your possession. So when you do come into that level of wealth, you at least have some sort of practices or behaviors that have altered before you come into that level of wealth, or advance, money in that regard. So start now. You want to be a good steward over everything that you're doing. You don't want to waste it away. You don't want to squander it away, but you want to be able to be wise in your decision making in that regard. And so again, recap: what's your purpose? What's your passions, purpose, and your burdens under the purpose side. Under the health side, what is your health goals? What is your underlying health conditions and diagnosis? What are generational health issues? That's under the health side, the basics right now. Then under the vision side, or the wealth side, what are your visions? What is your goal salary, income, profit margins, and what are you looking to do as far as streams of income, multiple levels of wealth that's able to come into you in that regard. And then the other things that we're looking into that's outside of the PHWD challenge is assessing your time and assessing your time throughout the day for 7 days to see where you can pivot your time. And so you can allot for time to do more things that's more productive or towards your visions or whatever. And then your money, looking at your spending over 30 days and looking at this frivolous money that you're spending that you don't have to spend, and you might find out that you have a lot more access to wealth than you actually already have. You just need to pivot some things and stop spending up everything that you don't need in that regard, and you can be able to reinvest into some other things. So these are some of the assignments that I had you guys do. It wasn't for us to talk about openly, but it's about for you to begin to do the work. Because if we're talking about Purpose, Health, and Wealth Decade Challenge, and you're in the room and you're listening, and if you don't apply or exercise the things that is being shared in this room by myself, by other individuals, by different panel speakers that's going to come in and talk in this room to give you some great wisdom nuggets and gems to your life to advance your life, then you're going to be missing out on the advancement or the betterment of your life and your health. And so you want to take advantage of what is happening in this atmosphere. I'm also taking advantage of it. Trust me. I say this all the time. I'm not just the owner. I'm a customer too. I'm learning and I'm gleaning from everybody that shares in this room, and I'm applying it to my life as well. And so don't think that I'm just out here just spewing it out and not receiving it in. Trust me. I'm applying it to my life as well. And so we just want to be able to have a more healthier, prosperous life. Again, as I said, as the Word of God says, that you prosper, be in good health, even as your soul prosper. And if you have a more balanced life, it is harder for the enemy to take you down because you have balance. I said this earlier about martial arts teach you. Some of them teach you about proper stance and balance. When you're balanced, it's harder for your enemy to knock you down. And so we want to have balance in our life. We want to have we want to have the balance to be able to maintain and obtain what it is that God has given in our life. Last thing, before I open this back up, before we get ready to get out of here, because we've been on here for about 3 hours and 17 minutes. This room is also going to have a book club as well. The first book that we're reading is called The Secrets of a Millionaire Mind. And why are we starting with that book is because it is going to teach you about your mindset. You have to have a renewing of your mind. You have to change the way you think and how you operate. The thing that he says in the book is that the way you think got you here, but it's not going to take you where you need to go. And if in order for you to get to where you need to go, you need to change your mindset. We talk about the renewing of the mind all the time in the Word of God, but we also not only from it in the spiritual, but we also need to deal with it from a poor and a broke mentality. That's just on the wealth side. So we're going to start with that book, or what have you, because that's going to start the process of the renewing of your mind. Yes, the word is always going to be essential, but we're going to be bringing in books and study materials that's going to help you in this focus of purpose, health, and wealth. So start there. If you do not have the time to read the book and buy the book, because I don't know this person, so I'm not patronizing him, but I read the book and it's an amazing read, or what have you. If you don't have time to read the book, go online on YouTube and look up The Secrets of a Millionaire Mind. Matter of fact, I'm going to put it up I'm going to pin the link so that you can find it on YouTube. It's a audiobook on YouTube, and you can listen to it. It's a 5 hour and 11 minute listen. And you do it while you're working, or listen to it while you're working. For me, what I did to allow me to get through it, because just listening to somebody just talk randomly, just in a monotone the whole entire time, I would lose interest. But what I did was to keep my interest going was I was playing instrumental music in the background while I was listening to the audio, and it was blessing my life. It was like this man was preaching to my soul. I was like, my God. So you find the ways that it's going to work for you. so that you can be able to capitalize on it. Maybe you can multitask and listen while you're working or while you're driving or working out or whatever. Maybe taking a brisk walk and listen to it and let it feed into your spirit or what have you, or whatever that's going to help you in that regard. But I'm definitely going to pin that up so you can listen to it. Anybody else want to chime in on the conversation?
Oh my God, I'm making all this noise. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
God bless you, Apostle, Q, Candace, everyone on the stage, Catherine in the listening lounge. I'm so upset that I got on here late. This is just phenomenal. This is really phenomenal. I've got to go back not only and listen to the replay from this session, but the other sessions too. And it's exactly where I'm at. It's right where I am in business. I've been an entrepreneur for a long time. I'm in real estate right now, and when the pandemic hit, a lot of things changed, and I ended up I'm working at a law firm, real estate closing attorney, and I'm going into the office, and I am just not with it. I am so not with it. I'm so used to having flex time and working from home. So now I'm in the process of coming up with a plan to replace that income so that I can get up out of there.
Indeed.
Because it's just not what I do. But I do thank God for it. I had a tragedy in May of last year, and my whole life changed in like a second. And I just had to make some changes, but I'm kind of like getting back on track from that a little bit. And I'm also preparing to bring my son to Georgia to live with me because he's paralyzed now from a shooting. He was a shooting victim and everything. So, there's just been a lot of changes, but you know what? Life goes on. And I still have to live. And I still have goals, to build generational wealth for my children and my children's children. And I cannot, and I already know in business, I can't do it without a plan. And one of the things that I'm working on now that you mentioned, this is so timely for me, is the time thing. I'm in the process now of, I've got several things going on, and I've got to do the time blocking. I've got to take a look at where my time is going and what to allot to different things. And I need to put it on my calendar, even in terms of doctor's visits, family time, like you said, working out, whatever it is that I need to do, I've got a time block because I've got too many things going on. And I notice that things go lacking, and I'm also learning. I'm getting older, and I have to write things down, in order to remember and my goals and go over how I'm going to accomplish them. That accountability is so key, but I need information like this to keep me on track. We as the people of God, we got the prayer thing down pat, intercessory prayer. We can call fire down from heaven. We can cast out devils and all that good stuff. But when it comes to that money thing, and establishing the kingdom, and establishing wealth, that kind of goes lacking. And the culture that I grew up with in church was, giving everything I had to the church. I came to church from the street. And I was extremely loyal. I worked full-time ministry for a really long time. Promises were made and not kept. And now I'm older and I'm looking up and I have nothing that, that I'm supposed to have. So I'm kind of behind the 8 ball. But I just believe that God is going to redeem the time. But faith without works is dead.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is I got to get busy and do the natural things that I need to do, and God will make up the difference. And I believe that we're in an accelerated time right now. I do believe that there is a wealth transference that's not coming, but it is happening now. And that I cannot, I can't hesitate. I can't wait. I got to get in the game. I got to get, it's time. That sitting on the sidelines on watching day is over. I got to get in the game and I got to play. So I have to do the things that I need to do. And guess what? I've never had the type of wealth that I'm believing God for, and we don't need to recreate the wheel. You gave us a step-by-step, very simple plan on how to deal with all the different areas of our life, and this will take, the information you just gave will take me through the rest of my life. If I don't get any other information anywhere else, this information that you gave tonight is worth, I mean, millions of dollars. So I'm just very grateful that God put you here. I was just, I was so tired when I came home from work, and I laid down and I got up, and this clubhouse is so, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, I was spirit led. I just happened to be looking, and I said, bam, let me, see what Apostle's talking about, and it's just God. It's just God. This app, people say a lot of things, and there's a lot of crazy stuff going on, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of great people on here and a lot of wonderful information. And Apostle Q, I met him. The man of God has really changed my life and given me another perspective on how to engage people that don't think like us. Right. And he's teaching me some phenomenal things. Candace, I've seen her around in the rooms. So I'm just really grateful for you guys. But Apostle, you knocked it out the park. I'm definitely following you and going to be going back to the replays to see what I missed. And I yield the mic.
Indeed. God be glorified. Check this out, Terry. I'm going to, because God showed me this. And so, again, sometimes it can be the simplest things. And we be thinking it just need to be, such at a college level of education, but sometimes it's the simple things. And I just looked at as simple as the amount of hours in a day. And so when you look at your day, let's just say that we work a standard 8-hour, work day. So you have let's just cap it at 8 hours. So you have for you within your 24-hour period, 5 days a week, you're working your 8 hours, you sleep eight hours or what have you. Some of us don't. Some of us sleep more. Some of us sleep less. I know I sleep less because I work 18 hours a day, but that's just me. But let's cap it at 8 hours a day for work, 8 hours a day for sleep. Then you have an additional 8 that you divide up between your travel, whatever other extracurricular activities that you do, from eating to, your breaks, and not necessarily your breaks, but just doing whatever else that you want to do throughout the day, but getting to and from and all that stuff is wrapped up into that additional 8 hours. Then on the weekends, let's just say you're not working on the weekends or what have you. So, but out of that 24-hour period, you have to deduct the 16 hours for the sleep because it's 8 hours per day. So that gives you 32 hours over the weekend. When you really assess outside of your regular work day, if you're working a regular 9-to-5 job or what have you, you have basically about 3 days worth of time that you're able to balance and to maneuver and to juggle or to see. So see what you're working with. So out of the 3 days, okay, you got to add in your travel time back and forth. Oh, have you? A lot of us, that some of us that do work a job, or some of us that have our businesses and not in an office are typically working from home. So that eliminates a lot of your travel time back and forth there. Maybe your only travel time is when you're going to church or when you're going to, hang out or going grocery shopping, laundry, whatever. So, but factor in that time, because remember I said when you, one of the things is searching out your time throughout the day. But then once you start to deduct those time increments or what have you, then you're able to see what extra time you have that you're working with. It's the same thing of what I was saying earlier about looking at your individual days, but that's just a sum total of you have 3 days worth of time that outside of your travel and all these other things that you're doing that you're able to say, wow, I didn't even realize I have literally 3 days of time to work with, outside of the essential things that I can maneuver and pivot outside of my standard work day, because a lot of America works a regular 9-to-5 job. Some don't have a second job. They just go to work. They work their 9-to-5. They do live their normal life after they get off work or whatever. That is a good majority of Americans, not everyone, a good percentage. But but you do have those that do work a second job or that do work a business or whatever. So their time is even more limited. But when you, like I said, when you assess your time in your day, you're able to really assess what you can do. And so I'm glad you brought that out, because that's something that's going to be beneficial to help you, because when we don't really look at our full day, because I say it all the time, God, it's not enough hours in a day. It's so much I need to get done. I need to do this and whatever, and man, I just feel like I'm not getting enough done. Or sometimes I do feel like I'm getting a lot done, because I've learned how to multitask. Like if I'm on Clubhouse, but I'm actually taking 2 weeks off of Clubhouse, so except for my room on Friday or what have you. But when I look at like when I'm on Clubhouse, a lot of times when I'm listening, I'm multitasking. I could be ministering on Clubhouse, working on my website, and doing work for my client all at the same time. I said this earlier, that I have 3 computers, 3 laptops in front of me. 2 laptops. Well, actually, sometimes 2 or 4 in front of me. 2 regular laptops or 2 MacBooks and dual screens. And I'm maneuvering back and forth because sometimes I need to maximize the potential of my day because I have so much that I need to get done. But that's for me, because I'm at the place of momentum that I'm not going to slow down right now because I'm too close to the finish line or what have you. But some of you are just getting started in your momentum and you're trying to figure, well, I don't know how to multitask. I used to be a bad multitasker. But when you learn how to pivot, how you can work out and get a little 30-minute workout and still watch your favorite TV shows. You ain't got to stop doing some of the things you don't need to stop doing. Just incorporate the essential thing that you need to do. I even talked about being on the toilet. 9 times out of 10, most of us have our phone devices while we sitting on the toilet. I know that sounds disgusting, but it's reality. It's real. You flipping through Facebook, you this and that and whatever, but you can be Googling stuff for your vision or looking into things for your purpose or whatever that you need to do, and email it to yourself, because you're able to, and tell me if I'm not lying. Blink your mics and tell me if I'm not lying. Half the time you sitting on the toilet longer than the time that you need to use the bathroom because you got stuck looking at something on your phone or talking on the phone, right or wrong. So when you look at all of this different time that you have, that you can be really capitalizing on and using to your benefit, you be like, man, I've been wasting so much time. Even, and I know we just talk about Clubhouse. We get a lot of valuable information and knowledge on Clubhouse, but a lot of these rooms that we're in is a lot of fluff and a lot of lies and deception. And it's not advancing you, it's keeping you in the same cycle. And so, at some point you're gonna have to realize, and I'm not trying to get you to cut away from people in these rooms in that regard, but what I'm saying is that you have to know that sometimes bouncing from room to room to room to room to room, and then you could be in one room for 12 hours. I know people that have had rooms going on for like 2 and 3 and 4 days straight because they had a ministry focus and agenda, but people will be on faithfully and they will have it playing and they sleep and they'll wake up listening to it and they'll go throughout the whole day. And then you look at so much time that you could have been investing in doing something else productive, something else advancing you in your purpose, health, and wealth. So again, we have to look at our time, because again, like I said earlier, we are, we came from eternity, but we are not. This body is not eternal. It is old, a death. It is old, the ground, and the dust it shall return. We don't live forever in the earth realm. Until we get into the eternal realm, we have to live and function here, and we don't have time to waste time. Let me count the days that I might apply wisdom. Let me apply wisdom to every day and every function and every ability of my life, because I want to be able to do and fulfill everything that my life is meant to do. Doesn't mean that you got to run around with chicken cut off, like a chicken with a head cut off, trying to get everything done. And oh my God, and you're going crazy and you cause a mental health crisis in your life. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that when you really analyze your life, you will see a lot of things that you can pivot and shift and change that you're wasting time on, that you're wasting money on. You're investing too much energy into somebody pouring their stuff all in your spirit, in your ear. Listening to unnecessary gossip, being in rooms and all this stuff on Clubhouse is not feeding your spirit or giving you the tools and the knowledge that you need to advance your life. And then you it's like, oh, it's a good cheerleading squad, and they gave a little prophetic word, but then it's like, after that, then what? And that's why I chose not to do my room the way like everybody else is doing, which I will be doing more of those anyway. But I want to give word of wisdom. I want to give you practical, applicational ability to do what it is that you meant to do and to fulfill in the earth, not just to give you fluff. And then you still figuring out how I'm gonna start this business. God gave me something, but I don't even know where to start. Okay, well, I'm gonna bring. That's why I did putting legs to your vision. And now we graduated to purpose, health, and wealth, which is actually the reverse, because purpose, health, and wealth was actually first, and then putting legs to your vision was the extension arm of the PHWD challenge. And I had started this back in January 2020, before the pandemic really hit. And so, I'm bringing this back by assignment of God, because these are some things that we need to really apply in our lives that is going to help us in our progression of what we're meant to be in the fulfilling the earth. And so, I know I said a lot, but anybody else want to jump in? So just a quick recap before we get ready to get out of here. As we've been on 3 hours and 36 minutes. So just to recap really quick, for those that came in late, these were some assignments or things that I given the room to do, to start in your progress of the Purpose, Health, and Wealth challenge. So the first things that we were looking at under the purpose side is assessing what are your passions, what is your purpose, and what are your burdens. Your passions are things that your passions or purpose is not always connected to wealth. It's not always. It might be the thing that you love to do, even if you're not getting paid. That time gets away from you when you're doing it, and you do it, and you don't even realize the time is, 12 and 30 hours is gone, and because you love to do it, or you invest money into doing it because that's just a part of your passion. So your passions, your purpose, and your burdens. The reason why I say your burdens is because it might be something that's on you that is a burden to you, and God is might giving you the solution to that burden, and that might be a part of your purpose. So assessing those things. The other thing is your for the health side. What are your health goals? What are your health your current health conditions and diagnoses? Also, what are generational health issues? Finding out what those things are, because writing these things out is giving you a goal or focus, or knowing what things you need to target, so that these are no longer a factor in your life, so that you can begin to have a more healthier and more fulfilled life in your physical body. You can't fulfill purpose and have wealth if you're dead. Simple as that. And then on the wealth side, what are your visions? What is your desired goal, salary, income, profit margins, etc., what have you? And then what are different streams of income, what have you, that you want to do? Is it connected to your career that might need to advance in education? You might want to be an executive. You might want to have your own businesses or different streams of income. What do those different streams consist of? And write those things out. The other two things that I mentioned as well is writing down your time, because we just talking about this, about your time in your day, assessing your whole entire day for the next 7 days, and you can start tomorrow. Write down every day what time you get up, what time you start your day, what time you eat breakfast, so get shower, get dressed, how long, all this stuff, the time that you're doing all this stuff, or what have you, throughout the day, and write it down for 7 days. What you do on your break time, what do you do when you get off work? Do you stop and grab groceries? Do you stop and go get something to eat? Do you stop at your girlfriend's house or your bro's house? Whatever. Assess your whole entire day for the next 7 days. And so what that does is going to show you where you have a lot of frivolous time that you're spending on unnecessary things, that you can pivot to something more productive for your future, or for your health, or for your wealth. And then on the money side, I had you to assess your spending for the last month. Look at all your charges, look at all your accounts and where your money is going, and begin to assess the money that you're spending out. Because when you look at the money and the wealth and the money that you're spending, you might find out that you're not as broke as you think that you are. And if you don't assess this now, this same spirit and mentality will travel on with you. Hey Tracy, the spirit and mentality will travel on with you when you get into your place of wealth. Because you would still live paycheck to paycheck, you would still live with a broke mentality, even though you have come into a level of wealth. So you want to assess your spending. You want to assess all of those things so that so you can get a handle in that, and then you might realize, okay, I've been eating out all this time. I've been doing this, that, whatever. I got an extra $500 that's coming, and I'm spending out unnecessarily per month. Where can I invest that to make more? Now you have investment money. Now you have investment potential. You can invest that into your new business. You can invest that into the stock market or the Forex or crypto or the meta, anything dealing with the metaverse in that regard. And so that you can flip that, and that money becomes more lucrative to you, and that you double and triple and quadruple it, and so on and so forth. Getting into stocks and bonds and, all of that stuff. Maybe when you thought you didn't have enough money to purchase a life insurance and policy, now you can, because you thought, oh, I didn't have enough money. So when you really, taking all those things into consideration, assess your spending so that you kill those habits now. So those were the 5 things. Write down about your purpose, your health, and your wealth, your time, and your money. And then also the last thing is with the link that you see above. We're starting with the book club in this Purpose, Health, and Wealth Decade Challenge. Is we're starting with the first book entitled The Secrets of a Millionaire Mind. The link of it is above your head. It's actually for the audio book. So if you want to listen to it, instead of reading it, and you can listen to it while you're multitasking, it is a excellent read or what have you. The reason why we're starting with this book is, like I said earlier, is because it starts in your mind. We're helping you with a renewing of your mind. We're killing mindsets. And we are, killing these mentalities of what we've learned behaviors, and, in that regard. And this book is going to really open up some things for you in your mind, because, it talks about, the mindset of a poor mentality, what do you call it? God, what do they call them? Whatever the mid level is, and then the wealthy mindset in that regard. And one of the things that he says at the beginning of the book was, the mindset you have now is what got you here. Is what got you here. Is what's gotten you so far. But in order for you to advance to the place that you're trying to get to, there has to be a change in mindset. We talk about this in the church, and I said this earlier about the renewing of the mind, but it's not also from sin. You gotta allow God to purge these old mindset, a lot of this fallacy and lies and the deceptions and things that you've been taught over the years, even through false leaders and leaders that you thought had credibility and all that stuff. If you don't deal with that now, it will hinder you for your future. So, he's, that's one of the things he's talking about, is your mindset has to shift in order to take on or embrace the new things that God is trying to bring in your life. Because if you don't, you will always filter the truth through the lie and the deception and the fallacy that you've been taught. And so it doesn't mean that you got to receive everything in, because not everything is God and not everything is progressive. Let's be very, very, very clear. But at the same time, too, if God is bringing change agents into your life to help you to advance to another level, that you don't want to dishonor or discredit that, just do your research. Do your planning, and read and look into some things, and you might find out that, there's some actual truth. There's truth to what's being said, and this is going to be beneficial to my life. So these are the things that we're focusing on For those of you that I missed the original, the first two rooms that came in late on this one, don't worry, the replay is available. If you can't hear it here, it is available on YouTube. If you go under the description on my page, you will see the link to my YouTube channel as well. It's not the second link at the all the way at the bottom. It's more towards the middle. So the one that's under my business name. So just go on that page, on that channel, and you will see the previous videos. And the last thing I'm going to share as well is that a part of my purpose and a part of my passions is I do missions over seas, and I'm preparing for 3 mission trips to 5 different countries, and I'm actually the first one is actually starting the end of March, April, and so I'm looking for those that can partner with me and just to sow into that and help in efforts to help me to go to the nations in that regard. I have to come up with about 8,000 to do all 3 of these trips. No, that is not enough, but I can work that. And I don't want to ask for too much because I'm also, sowing into it myself. So whatever that's lacking or missed or what have you, I'm going to make sure that it's covered. But, I'm a frugal person, so I know how to make some things work. Trust me. But, whatever seed that is sown is going to help me to be able to make these trips and to be able to do the assignment that God has called me to do in the earth and to fulfill it in these nations. It's been since the pandemic, since the last time I've gone. I miss it so much. When I say I miss it so bad, I'm like a crackhead itching for my next high. But I love it because of the lives that are changed and impacted, and I'm not going to receive. I pour out, and it's a major financial, physical, spiritual sacrifice, and like I said, I'm just looking for people that can partner with me and sow into those efforts in that regard. Doesn't matter whatever you can sow. Doesn't matter whatever, everything that you sow is going to help towards that effort. To make it happen or what have you. So dates are being locked in and being solidified and everything. So I just got to start, getting flights and, lodging together, because all of that stuff is covered by the guest and not the host. So it's a lot different dynamic than how we do our guest speakers here in the States. We pay for everything, as the host, but there, you're going and being a blessing. So yeah. So if you're able, just go on my details. You'll see it at the very top. What have you? The Cash App and the PayPal details are there for those of you that are looking on that's watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. It is on your screen, and all the Cash App details is there, and the flyer is there. So take a screenshot of it and push it and support it. I would greatly appreciate it in that regard, because it's just going to help me do the assignment that God has had me to do on the earth. Also, just so you are aware, if you are, I'm a person of integrity, and the Q already knows this because he already did it when he was a blessing to me. If you want to see the work that I've done and the things that I've done in ministry, there you can see a lot of the photos of the different mission works and stuff like that I've done on my ministry page under Apostle Aaron Randall, or on my Instagram under Apostle Aaron Randall. And just scroll down and just look at the photos, and you will see a lot of the photos from me being at orphanages and speaking at different, going all the way out in the bush where there's churches with no walls or corrugated metal walls with posts, and they just have the plastic lawn chairs as their chairs, and a lot of people don't even have that. Some of them are sitting out on the grass outside or what have you. But it's a part of my passion, and I love it. And the lives that are changed and impacted, and I'm ministering 2 to 3 times a day or what have you, and it pulls a lot out of you, but it also amplifies the gifts of the Spirit that's on the inside of you at a whole nother level, because they're going to pull a demand on the anointing. Trust and believe they are going to do that. And so but just to hear the reports back, often of the prophetic words that have come to pass and that have multiplied and grown and enlarged since being there, it is amazing. It is amazing. So if anybody ever has a passion for wanting to do that, I'm going to just to encourage you to get yourself not only mentally prepared but spiritually prepared. It does come with a lot of physical warfare and spiritual warfare. Not all countries are the same. Just because I'm going to Africa doesn't mean that they're all dynamics are the same. The neighboring countries can be different from night and day. I'm going to Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, and they are literally neighboring countries, and their cultures are very different. In Kenya, it's a good, in the more inner city, it's probably about good 75-80% Christian, outside of Muslim and witchcraft, or in that regard, or voodoo in that regard. But then when you go to Uganda, it's only 25-35% Christian. The rest is split between 3 other different religions, which they worship these martyrs. It was Christian evangelists, or missionaries, but they were martyred by the king of that day, and they worshiped those leaders that was martyred, and they created a whole religion out of it in that regard. And so they have that. Then they have the witchcraft, and then they have Muslim religion as well. And a lot of Muslims are really growing at a rapid rate in Uganda in that regard. But cannibalism is still very strong there. Witchcraft is very strong there. I literally had someone try to translate themselves into my hotel room my first day there. So this is not no small feat, no small stuff. This is real stuff. You know what I mean? I have videos of people manifesting in their heads, on a swivel, trying to spin around. The same person that tried to come in my room to translate came into the service and manifested in the service. But that lady, before we left, got delivered and set free, because she came from generations of witchcraft. This is cultural. This is not spiritual. This is cultural for them. This is their lifestyle. This is where they were. They don't know anything else. This is what they were born and bred into. So it's not like dealing with a Western mindset, and when we're dealing with people that's dipping and dabbling into stuff, this is literally their culture. And so, when you having that dynamic, you got to be able to learn how to navigate and deal with that. But I know I'm saying a lot about this, but anyway, this is just to tell you about, this is not no small feat stuff or what have you. But I love it. I'm actually trying to get dual citizenship in Kenya, so I can live there 3 to 6 months out of the year. Because I'm trying to do a greater work in that region. I'm trying to build a school and an orphanage there. So my assignment is more than just going to do this specific work, but it's more to the assignment that God has given me to do. And so you partnering with me for this particular is going to help me to start the process of that. I need to scope out some land for where I'm building at. I got to meet with some of the host pastors. I'm going to partner with this already there. This is going to help me build a team there that I could be able to build this school and this orphanage and all that. And it's going to eventually become a compound, but God has a lot that he wants to do with that. And I'm really excited about what God is doing. And so, like I said, you guys partnering with me, especially for this particular go around, it's going to really help me to execute the assignment that God is having me to do in the earth. So yeah. But I just wanted to just share that for those of you, because we're still talking about purpose, health, and wealth, and this is a part of my purpose. Like I said earlier, I'm not getting nothing for this. Trust me. I've sold out thousands to do the assignment. So, and eventually that's going to change, but it's still, until it changes, I still got to do what I have to do to make it happen. So, but I would greatly appreciate your support if you can. But any final words by anybody before we get ready to close out?
Yes, when is the next one?
Every Friday at 8 p.m.
Got it. Thank you, sir. God bless everybody.
Indeed. Every Friday at 8 p.m. Also,
hey, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Q. Apostle Q.
It was great just to kind of sit and soak up the information. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for the candor. And just enjoy the room. Definitely.
Indeed, I was waiting on you to just blast us with your infinite level of wisdom, mind of God. But you know, but I understand, because sometimes, us as leaders, we need to sit and listen and glean as well. And that's what I want to do a lot of times. They're like, Apostle, you got something to say? I'm like, no, I just want to listen. Can I get something tonight for myself? So I respect that and I honor that in that regard. So, but thank you for just being in the atmosphere, just supporting your brother in that regard. I greatly appreciate it.
No problem. We ride. Glad to see you, Sister Terry, and to meet you, Sister Shara, and I see Brother John down there. But yeah, just a great room to just sit up and glean, listen to the Mexico stories.
We'll talk about some of that in private, son. We'll talk.
I do want to say this. I don't really promote, but it's really just a personal invitation, really, because I know you guys. But you see, I just changed my PTR. We're full go with the fellowship in Vegas, April 15th, 16th, and 17th. And it's really just that. It's just really come kick it, come hang out. And a lot of us who haven't got a chance to touch each other terrestrially can add some virtue to this virtual world that we've been able to connect in. So we've got cookouts planned. Service project will be feeding the homeless. We got an all-white gospel ball. Then, of course, we're going to do church and do all that. But we're just going to have a really good time shopping, all that good stuff. And it's in Vegas. And many of you, if you can get there, we can help you with accommodations. Just got to get there. But it's just a great fellowship, great time. And I just want to invite everybody in the room. You'll see more about it. But it's here. We're ready to rock and roll. We just closed the hotel day before yesterday. So
if I'm still here, if I'm not overseas, I'll definitely try to see if I can come out or what have you. And then my uncle is there, and my cousin is there as well. So, and I haven't seen them in quite a few years. So that give me an opportunity to see my family as well. But yeah, I'll definitely try to see if I can make that if I'm not overseas. Anybody else before we close out?
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you for having your room up and open. I didn't know what I was getting into. I have this thing where I will just look around and see if I find rooms that's not filled with people. Just because sometimes I feel like those are the more authentic rooms. That's just my personal opinion. But I'm glad I came in because you gave me a lot of great information in the short amount of time that I've been with you all tonight. And I'll be tuning in more.
Indeed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm going to be on the lookout because there's going to be just some different, I'm going to change my photo with the flyers and stuff like that. But I'm going to be having some different keynotes coming in just to share or what have you. I'm going to try to get schedule a day with Apostle Q as well, because he has a vast level of insight on the business world, fitness world as well, because he's a fitness buff too. So definitely want to get him in to share because, like I said, this is not this room is I'm the host, but it ain't about me. You know what I mean? And there's so many different people that come in and share and add value to the room, but I want to give them space to really dive in more and talk more. The focus of that is to cultivate a culture of kingdom believers around the world, a culture, the life's blood of a people, not just, the spirit side. And my logo, it literally is, it is a globe, go figure, you know, we got to be kingdom. But the concept of it is that it is made up of cogs and spindles, and how we are able to work and operate as a well-oiled machine functioning in the world. You know, whether you're in Chicago, or whether you're in Dubai, or whether you're in South Africa, or whether you're in, you know, a country in Russia, some part of Russia, or what have you, that we're able to still be interconnected as a collective for the kingdom in that regard. And yeah, you know, so, you know, that this is, you know, it's about us having balance, you know, really having balance in our lives fully and holistically. And so that's what I'm going to be bringing in, people in, not people that's going to be talking about some out of worldly crystals and all this other foolishness, but people that's going to really bring in, you know, it brings a level of knowledge and wisdom. And also too, some of you all are new in, so you didn't hear this, but there's also going to be some different giveaway things that we're going to be giving away through some of the people that's coming in that might be authors or whatever. And then there's also going to be some different challenges that's going to be, or classes that is going to come through, that is going to be birthed through this PHWD challenge, that are paid, that you have to invest into your future. You know, people that are dealing with Forex and crypto and all that, and they deal in those different levels of trading because they're trying to help you get money. And so it's worth the investment for you to do what you need to do, so that you can invest that into your life. You know, what is a few $100s, a couple of $1,000s to somebody that's going to give you wisdom, that's going to bring hundreds of thousands or millions into your life in that regard. So, you know, you got to think from that perspective, and not think always, I got to get everything for free. It's the kingdom. We got to get, you know, everything got to be free. No, you have to learn how to invest into yourself, invest into your own future, buying books, you know, getting into seminars, you know, finding mentors, and or you know, or whatever that's going to help you in that regard, which will help you bypass a lot of the pitfalls and the struggles that you would do it if you did it on your own. You know, so that's why it's a wealthy industry, is because people have already been through it, and you're paying them for their level of expertise. So, but yes, so be on the lookout for that. Also, as well, like I said, for those that you want to partner with me and into my missions trips, the 3 different trips, 5 different countries is coming up, or what have you. You can just see the Cash App and the details, or what have you, and my description, or what have you, on my profile. And those of you that are watching, you saw it on the screen. Just take a screenshot of that, and you're able to sow into that and be of an assistance in helping me go to the nations and fulfill my purpose in the world as well. So, but I just want to share this last thing before we go. The song that I'm going to be playing as we close out is by Latrice. Lord have mercy, I just forgot her last name. She would kill me. Pace, Latrice Pace from the Pace Sisters. And I'm going to eventually have her on. I spoke with her, and I told her, I said, your song is literally becoming the theme song for this room, and this focus and this agenda. And I kind of stumbled across this song, but I told her, I said, I would love to have you on just to kind of tell us how you started this song, and how it inspired you. And so I don't own the rights to this song, but I do have permission to use it for those that are listening on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. But we're going to just listen to this verse real quick before we get ready to close up out here. So let it inspire you.
You gotta keep moving, you gotta keep pushing, you gotta keep walking, you gotta keep running. Don't give up, don't you give up. No, this is not given to the swift, the strong, but you gotta endure. Got to endure. Don't give up. The race is not given to the swift, the strong, but you gotta endure.
One more verse, and we're gonna get ready to close out.
Don't be led by your senses, what you hear, see, or feel. With the fierce determination, your dreams will reveal. And no more negative thoughts about yourself. Envision positive images. Don't give up. Don't give up. You gotta keep holding on. Don't give up to the swift, the strong, but you gotta endure. Don't
Father God, we thank you for being in the midst of us tonight. God, we thank you for every individual that came through this room. God, we decree and declare that we are not giving up on our dreams, our goals, our passion, or our purpose, or even our health and our physical and our body. God, we ask you, God, to give us the knowledge and the wisdom tools of what we need to do to fulfill the destiny that you destined for us, God. Give us long life in the name of Jesus, God, to be able to inspire others, God. Let us count the days that we might apply wisdom, God. God, let us be a healthy generation, God. Let us be a wealthier generation, God. God, let us be what it is that you destined for us to be in our lives, God. And God, we thank you, oh God, for freedom, God. We thank you for wisdom and knowledge on how to advance our lives, and not only just our lives, but for generations to come, God. God, let us be wise in our decisions, God, and let us take exercise the word that we have heard today and begin to apply it to our lives and begin to see the shift and the change and the trajectory of our life. God, we thank you for it now in the name of Jesus. God, we decree and declare that we are healed, delivered, and set free in every area and every facet of our life. We will no longer be paupers, but we will operate in our king priestly anointing, God, that we will no longer be vagabonds and bouncing around, God, but we will be exactly what you designed for us to be in the earth. And we decree it so in Jesus' name. Amen. And this room is ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good night, everybody.